Hey, glad you're here. Before we get into tonight's story, I wanted to mention something. One of my favorite things about this channel is reading through the comments and seeing people checking in from different corners of the world. Some of you have been listening for months, some of you found the channel recently, but every night this place feels a little more familiar. I genuinely appreciate that. Tonight's episode is another real, true crime case. I'll go through it slowly, keeping things steady and easy to follow, so you can just settle in and listen. And if you find yourself coming back here often, consider subscribing. Not because you have to, but because I'd love to keep seeing familiar names and keep building this little community together. All right, this is episode 159. Let's begin. The mailbox stood open. That was the first thing Deputy Alan Pierce noticed when he turned onto the long gravel driveway leading toward the farmhouse. It was a small detail, almost meaningless on its own, but people who lived in remote rural communities often followed routines so predictable that even minor changes could signal something was wrong. The mailbox belonged to 63-year-old Evelyn Harper, a retired schoolteacher who had lived alone outside the small town of Red Oak, Iowa, for nearly 20 years. Every morning she walked to the road, collected her mail, and returned home before breakfast. Neighbors knew the routine. Family knew the routine. When newspapers and mail began piling up untouched for nearly a week, concern grew quickly. At first, relatives assumed Evelyn had traveled unexpectedly. But that explanation became harder to believe with each passing day. Her car remained parked beside the house. Her cat was seen moving through the windows. Lights inside the home turned on and off at odd hours, suggesting electricity remained active, but nobody answered calls or knocks at the door. Eventually, a nephew contacted local authorities and requested a welfare check. The farmhouse itself appeared peaceful when deputies arrived. Wind moved gently through the surrounding fields. A tractor sat near an equipment shed. Nothing looked disturbed. Yet the moment officers entered through the unlocked front door, they sensed something unusual. The kitchen table was set for 2 people. One plate contained dried food that appeared nearly a week old. A second plate sat opposite it. Nearby, 2 coffee mugs remained untouched. It looked as though Evelyn had been expecting company. She was nowhere inside the house. Investigators spent the next several hours searching the property. They checked barns, storage sheds, nearby fields, and drainage areas. There was no sign of Evelyn. What they did find, however, were subtle indications that someone had attempted to clean portions of the home. A section of flooring near the kitchen had recently been scrubbed. Cleaning products sat abandoned beside a utility sink. More importantly, forensic testing revealed traces of blood invisible to the naked eye. The case immediately shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reconstructing Evelyn's final known days. Phone records showed she had spoken regularly with family until the previous Tuesday. Bank activity stopped shortly afterward. Security cameras from a hardware store 30 miles away captured her purchasing gardening supplies that same afternoon. It appeared to be an ordinary day. Then investigators discovered something unexpected. Evelyn had recently hired a handyman named Curtis Vaughn to perform repairs around the property. Vaughn was 47 years old and had worked various construction jobs throughout the region for years. Neighbors remembered seeing his pickup truck parked outside the farmhouse frequently during the month before Evelyn disappeared. According to invoices recovered from the house, he had been helping repair fencing and portions of an aging barn. When detectives interviewed Vaughn, he claimed he last saw Evelyn several days before her disappearance. He said she paid him for completed work and mentioned possibly visiting relatives. The explanation sounded plausible at first. Yet as investigators dug deeper, inconsistencies emerged. Phone records showed Vaughn and Evelyn exchanged dozens of calls during the week she vanished. Several occurred after the time he claimed he had stopped seeing her. Witnesses also reported seeing his truck near the farmhouse late at night on at least 2 occasions. Most troubling of all, forensic teams recovered tire impressions behind an equipment shed matching the unusual tread pattern of Vaughn's vehicle. Still, there was no body. Weeks passed. Search teams combed hundreds of acres of farmland. Volunteers joined law enforcement in examining riverbanks, wooded areas, abandoned structures, and remote drainage ditches. The case drew increasing media attention across Iowa. Evelyn's family appeared on local news broadcasts pleading for information. The breakthrough came almost 2 months later. A farmer working land several miles from Evelyn's property noticed an area of disturbed soil near an old windbreak. At first, he assumed animals had been digging there. When he looked closer, he became concerned enough to contact authorities. Investigators excavated the location and discovered human remains buried beneath several feet of dirt. The remains were identified as Evelyn Harper. The medical examiner determined she died from blunt force trauma to the head. Evidence suggested the attack occurred inside her farmhouse before her body was transported elsewhere. Attention returned immediately to Curtis Vaughn. Search warrants executed at his property uncovered additional evidence. Investigators found clothing containing traces of Evelyn's blood. They also recovered handwritten notes detailing debts and financial problems Vaughn had been facing. Prosecutors would later argue that Vaughn believed Evelyn possessed significant savings and began pressuring her for money during the weeks he worked on her property. According to the prosecution's theory, an argument erupted during a meeting at the farmhouse. The confrontation turned violent, resulting in Evelyn's death. Vaughn then spent hours attempting to clean the scene before transporting her body under cover of darkness to the burial site where it remained hidden for weeks. At trial, jurors heard testimony from forensic experts, neighbors, financial analysts, and investigators who spent months piecing together the timeline. They learned about the cleaned flooring, the phone records, the tire impressions, and the evidence recovered from Vaughn's property. Piece by piece, the seemingly ordinary relationship between a homeowner and a handyman transformed into a detailed picture of motive and opportunity. The defense argued the evidence was circumstantial and suggested alternative suspects existed. But prosecutors focused on the accumulation of details. No single piece proved guilt alone. Together, however, they formed a chain difficult to ignore. After deliberating for less than a day, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Curtis Vaughn was convicted of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. Next story. The man sitting at the end of the diner counter had been dead for almost 12 hours before anyone realized he was missing. That sounded impossible at first. After all, people do not simply vanish without someone noticing. Yet in the spring of 2002, 41-year-old Thomas Keegan managed to disappear from his ordinary life long enough for a killer to believe nobody would immediately start looking for him. Thomas worked maintenance for several apartment complexes outside Columbus, Ohio, a job that often required long hours alone fixing broken plumbing, electrical problems, and heating systems. He was divorced, lived quietly in a rented duplex, and had a habit of working late before stopping at the same 24-hour diner on his way home. Employees there knew him well enough to have his coffee ready before he sat down. On a Tuesday evening, Thomas finished work as usual. Surveillance footage showed him entering the diner shortly after 9 p.m. He ate a sandwich, spoke briefly with a waitress he had known for years, paid his bill, and walked out into the parking lot. That was the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When he failed to appear at work the following morning, nobody panicked. Maintenance workers occasionally called in sick. Sometimes they swapped shifts without much notice. By the second day, however, coworkers began making calls. His phone went directly to voicemail. Family members had not heard from him. His truck remained missing. Something felt wrong. Police initially treated the case as a routine missing person investigation. Thomas had no known enemies, no major financial problems, and no history of disappearing. Detectives started with the basics. They reviewed surveillance footage, checked banking activity, and interviewed friends. The investigation produced very little until a state trooper discovered Thomas's pickup truck parked beside a remote access road nearly 40 miles from Columbus. The truck was locked. His wallet remained inside. His tools remained inside. Nothing appeared stolen. Yet Thomas was nowhere to be found. The location immediately caught investigators' attention. The road served no major purpose. It did not lead to homes, businesses, or popular recreation areas. Most drivers would have no reason to stop there. Detectives now believe someone intentionally chose the site. Forensic teams processed the truck carefully. They recovered fingerprints, fibers, and traces of blood so small they were invisible without laboratory testing. The blood matched Thomas. That single discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a homicide inquiry. As detectives retraced Thomas's final days, they uncovered a dispute involving a property renovation project. Several months earlier, Thomas had supervised repairs at an aging apartment complex scheduled for redevelopment. During the project, he repeatedly clashed with a contractor named Brian Holloway. Witnesses described arguments over payments, workmanship, and missing materials. Most people considered the disagreements ordinary workplace conflict. Yet investigators soon learned the situation had grown more serious than anyone realized. Financial records revealed that expensive equipment and supplies had disappeared from multiple job sites. Internal reports suggested someone was stealing materials and reselling them. Thomas had reportedly confronted Holloway about irregular inventory records only weeks before his disappearance. Detectives interviewed Holloway, who denied any involvement. He claimed he barely knew Thomas outside occasional work interactions. At first, there was little evidence contradicting him. Then phone records emerged. Despite claiming limited contact, Holloway and Thomas exchanged numerous calls during the week before the disappearance. Several occurred late at night. One call lasted nearly 40 minutes. More importantly, cell phone tower data placed Holloway's phone near the remote access road where Thomas's truck was found. The investigation intensified. Search teams focused on wooded land surrounding the road. For days, they found nothing. Then a volunteer noticed disturbed earth hidden beneath thick brush near an abandoned drainage ditch. Excavation uncovered human remains buried in a shallow grave. The remains belonged to Thomas Keegan. The medical examiner determined he died from blunt force trauma. Evidence suggested the attack occurred elsewhere before his body was transported and buried. Detectives executed additional search warrants connected to Holloway. Inside a storage building on property he controlled, investigators recovered tools containing traces of Thomas's blood. They also found business records indicating significant financial problems. Prosecutors later argued that Thomas had discovered evidence of theft connected to construction projects and became a threat to Holloway's income. According to the prosecution's theory, Holloway arranged a meeting under the pretense of discussing work matters. The conversation turned into a confrontation. Thomas was killed, his body hidden, and his truck abandoned far from the crime scene in an attempt to delay discovery. The trial lasted several weeks. Jurors heard testimony about the missing materials, the financial motive, the cell phone evidence, and the forensic findings linking Holloway to the crime. The defense challenged portions of the timeline and argued the case relied heavily on circumstantial evidence. But prosecutors emphasized how each piece fit together. The calls, the location data, the blood evidence, the burial site. When deliberations ended, the jury convicted Brian Holloway of murder. Years later, investigators still reflected on how ordinary the case appeared at first. There was no dramatic emergency call, no eyewitness to the attack, no immediate signs of violence. Just a maintenance worker who left a diner after finishing another day of work and never came home. The truth emerged only through weeks of careful investigation, hidden beneath routine schedules, workplace disputes, and small details that initially seemed too insignificant to matter. In the end, those details revealed exactly what happened after Thomas Keegan walked out into the parking lot that Tuesday night and disappeared into the darkness. Next story. The call came from a payphone outside a laundromat that no longer exists. By the time detectives traced it, the building had already been demolished and replaced by a parking lot. But the recording remained preserved in police evidence. The caller spoke for only 22 seconds. He did not identify himself. He did not ask questions. He simply told dispatchers they should look inside a storage unit on the eastern edge of town because someone was buried there. Then he hung up. At first, police assumed it was a hoax. Anonymous tips arrived regularly. especially in high-profile missing person investigations. But the case of 37-year-old Rebecca Langley had already generated enormous public attention. She had vanished nearly 3 months earlier from Cedar Falls, Iowa, leaving behind a house, a job, and a life that seemed completely stable from the outside. Rebecca worked as a medical billing specialist at a regional hospital and was known for keeping routines that rarely changed. She left work at the same time most evenings, stopped at the same grocery store several times each week, and spoke with her sister almost every night before bed. When those calls suddenly stopped, family members knew something was wrong almost immediately. Her car was discovered 2 days later parked behind a shopping center less than 4 miles from her home. The vehicle looked untouched. Her purse remained inside. Her wallet remained inside. Her keys remained inside. Even more confusing, there was no indication of violence. No broken glass. No blood. No obvious evidence suggesting a struggle. It was as though Rebecca simply stepped out of the car and vanished into thin air. For weeks, investigators chased hundreds of leads. Some focused on strangers seen near the shopping center. Others centered on possible workplace conflicts. Search teams examined rivers, wooded areas, and abandoned properties throughout the region. Nothing produced results. Then came the anonymous call. The storage facility mentioned by the caller sat near an industrial district on the outskirts of town. Rows of metal units stretched across several acres surrounded by chain-link fencing and security cameras. Detectives obtained records and discovered that one particular unit had been rented under the name of Michael Turner, a 45-year-old warehouse supervisor. At first, Turner appeared to have no connection to Rebecca. They did not work together. They were not neighbors. Their families did not know each other. Yet investigators obtained a warrant and opened the unit. Inside, they found furniture, old boxes, construction equipment, and beneath a stack of plywood sheets, evidence that the concrete floor had been altered recently. Excavation revealed human remains. The remains were identified as Rebecca Langley. The discovery transformed the investigation overnight. Now detectives needed to determine how a man with no obvious connection to Rebecca ended up storing her body inside a rented unit. The answer emerged through digital evidence. Although they did not know each other personally, Rebecca and Michael Turner belonged to the same online community forum dedicated to local hiking trails and outdoor activities. Investigators recovered months of messages exchanged between them. Initially, the conversations appeared friendly and harmless. Discussions about parks, weather conditions, weekend plans. Over time, however, the communication changed. Turner became increasingly personal. Rebecca did not. Friends later told investigators she viewed him as little more than an acquaintance. Turner appeared to view the relationship very differently. The deeper detectives examined his online activity, the more troubling the picture became. They discovered extensive searches involving Rebecca's routines, neighborhoods she visited, and locations she mentioned casually during conversations. Phone records eventually placed Turner near both Rebecca's workplace and her home repeatedly during the weeks before she disappeared. Prosecutors would later argue that Turner had become obsessed. According to the evidence presented at trial, he approached Rebecca in the shopping center parking lot on the evening she vanished. Investigators believe he convinced her to speak with him briefly before the encounter escalated into violence. Forensic evidence recovered from a secondary location linked him directly to the killing. Perhaps the strangest part of the case involved the anonymous tip itself. For months, detectives could not determine who made the call. Eventually, forensic audio specialists isolated background sounds from the recording. One of those sounds matched machinery operating at a manufacturing plant where Turner worked. Confronted with mounting evidence, Turner eventually admitted making the call. Not because he wanted to confess. According to prosecutors, he feared construction work near the storage facility would uncover the body accidentally. The anonymous tip was his attempt to control how the discovery occurred while distancing himself from the crime. The plan failed. At trial, jurors heard testimony about the online communications, the surveillance records, the storage unit, and the forensic evidence connecting Turner to Rebecca's disappearance and death. The prosecution portrayed a man whose fixation grew quietly until it crossed into murder. After deliberating for less than a day, the jury found Michael Turner guilty. He received life imprisonment without parole. Years later, investigators still remembered how insignificant that anonymous phone call seemed at first. Another voice, another tip, another lead among hundreds. Yet hidden within those 22 seconds was the clue that finally broke the case and revealed what happened to Rebecca Langley after she left work on what should have been an ordinary evening and never made it home. Next story. The call lasted less than 30 seconds. A frightened woman dialed emergency services shortly after midnight and managed to say only a few fragmented sentences before the connection ended. She gave her name. She gave her address. Then she said there was a man inside the house who should not be there. The line went dead. Dispatchers immediately called back. No answer. Patrol officers arrived at the property 8 minutes later. The home sat alone at the end of a quiet road outside Bakersfield, California. Porch lights glowed normally. A television flickered through the living room curtains. Nothing appeared disturbed from outside. When officers knocked, nobody answered. They entered through an unlocked back door. The caller, 31-year-old Rachel Moreno, was nowhere inside. What police found instead became one of the strangest homicide investigations in the region. Rachel's cell phone sat on the kitchen counter. Her purse remained beside the dining table. Her car was parked in the driveway. A pot of soup still warmed on the stove. Yet Rachel herself had vanished completely. At first, investigators treated the case as a possible abduction. The emergency call strongly suggested an intruder had entered the home. Detectives searched nearby fields, drainage canals, and rural roads throughout the night. Nothing. The following morning, forensic technicians began processing the house more thoroughly. That was when they discovered something unusual. The master bedroom had been partially repainted. One section of wall behind the bed appeared noticeably newer than the surrounding room. Fresh paint covered a rectangular area extending from the floor almost to the ceiling. Detectives found the timing suspicious. The paint had not fully dried. Someone had applied it very recently. When technicians removed a portion of drywall, they discovered blood beneath the surface. The blood belonged to Rachel. The investigation changed immediately. Now detectives knew violence occurred inside the house itself. The question became who had enough time after the attack to clean the scene, repaint part of a wall, and still disappear before officers arrived. Attention soon turned toward Rachel's former boyfriend, a 40-year-old contractor named Stephen Brooks. The relationship had ended months earlier after repeated arguments involving jealousy and control. Friends described Brooks as increasingly angry after the breakup. According to several witnesses, he continued contacting Rachel despite being told repeatedly to leave her alone. During interviews, Brooks denied seeing Rachel recently, but digital evidence quickly contradicted him. Cell phone records placed him near her property on the night she disappeared. Security cameras from a gas station captured his truck traveling toward her neighborhood approximately 40 minutes before the emergency call. Then investigators uncovered an even bigger problem. Brooks had purchased paint matching Rachel's bedroom wall earlier that same day. The receipt was still available through the hardware store's loyalty account. Detectives obtained a search warrant for his workshop. Inside, they discovered cleaning supplies, stained work gloves, and sections of carpet that appeared recently cut apart and discarded. Forensic testing revealed traces of Rachel's blood. Despite growing evidence, Rachel herself remained missing. Weeks passed, then months. Search teams examined remote desert locations, abandoned wells, and construction sites connected to Brooks through work records. The breakthrough came nearly 5 months later. A survey crew working near an unfinished housing development noticed disturbed soil beneath a layer of construction debris. Investigators excavated the area. They found Rachel's remains buried several feet underground. The burial site sat less than 2 miles from a project where Brooks had worked shortly after her disappearance. At trial, prosecutors reconstructed the entire sequence. According to the evidence, Brooks went to Rachel's home intending to confront her. The argument escalated into violence inside the bedroom. After killing her, He attempted a hurried cleanup, even repainting portions of the wall before police arrived. The emergency call nearly exposed him. Rachel had managed to contact dispatch during the confrontation, but the attack occurred before she could provide more information. Perhaps the most damaging evidence came from the timing. Investigators demonstrated that Brooks left the property only minutes before officers arrived. Had police reached the house slightly sooner, they may have encountered him there. The jury convicted Stephen Brooks of first-degree murder. He received life imprisonment without parole. Years later, detectives still remembered walking through that quiet house during the early hours after the emergency call. The television glowing in the living room, the soup warming on the stove, the cell phone resting on the counter. Everything arranged to suggest ordinary life had simply paused for the evening. Yet hidden behind fresh paint in the bedroom was the first clue that Rachel Moreno never left that house alive. Next story. The man who called 911 sounded terrified. He told dispatchers that an intruder had broken into his home and attacked his wife. He claimed he had arrived just in time to stop the assault. According to his story, he fought the attacker inside the hallway and shot him in self-defense. When police arrived at the house in Springfield, Illinois, the scene appeared to support his account. A man lay dead on the floor. Nearby was the body of 32-year-old Donna Winger. Her husband, Mark Winger, told investigators that he had walked into a nightmare and acted to save his family. For a while, many people believed him. The dead man was identified as Roger Harrington, a local airport shuttle driver. At first glance, he seemed like an unlikely victim. He had no criminal history, no known connection to violent crime, and no obvious reason to be inside the Winger home. Yet Mark Winger had an explanation ready. According to him, Harrington had become obsessed with Donna after driving her home from the airport weeks earlier. Mark claimed the driver had harassed her repeatedly and somehow entered the house intending to attack her. Police initially treated the shooting as justified self-defense. The case might have ended there, but one detective kept finding things that did not fit. Roger Harrington's behavior before his death seemed completely inconsistent with the role of violent home invader. Friends described him as reliable, quiet, and predictable. Co-workers said he followed routines almost obsessively. Nothing in his background suggested the kind of escalating obsession Mark Winger described. Then investigators looked closer at the physical evidence. The positions of the bodies raised questions. Blood patterns raised questions. The timing raised questions. Most importantly, Harrington's injuries raised questions. According to Mark's version of events, a chaotic fight had erupted inside the home before the shooting. But forensic reconstruction suggested something very different. Detectives began suspecting that Roger Harrington had not attacked anyone. Instead, they wondered whether he had been lured there. The investigation slowly expanded over several years. Piece by piece, the original story began collapsing. Detectives learned that Mark Winger had repeatedly complained about Harrington after the airport ride involving his wife. He had contacted authorities and portrayed the shuttle driver as dangerous. Looking back, investigators started to believe those complaints may have been part of a larger plan. Then another revelation emerged. Mark Winger had begun a relationship with a woman named Deborah before his wife's death. Witnesses described growing tension within the marriage. Financial issues and personal problems surfaced. Suddenly, detectives had a possible motive. What if Donna was the intended victim all along? Investigators reconstructed an alternative theory. According to prosecutors, Mark invited Harrington to the house under false pretenses. The unsuspecting shuttle driver arrived believing he was helping with a routine matter. Once inside, Mark murdered his wife and then killed Harrington, creating a scene designed to look like heroic self-defense. The dead shuttle driver could no longer tell his side of the story. That made the deception especially effective. For years, the original ruling remained in place. But detectives continued working. Witnesses were re-interviewed. Forensic evidence was reviewed. Timelines were rebuilt. Eventually, prosecutors felt they had enough. In 2001, nearly 6 years after Donna Winger's death, Mark Winger was arrested and charged with murder. The trial attracted significant attention because the case demonstrated how a crime scene can appear convincing at first glance while hiding a completely different reality underneath. Jurors heard extensive testimony about forensic inconsistencies. They heard how the physical evidence contradicted Mark's account. They heard about motive, planning, and the unusual circumstances surrounding Roger Harrington's presence in the home. The prosecution argued that two people had died that day because one man believed he could control the narrative afterward. The defense maintained Mark's innocence. But after reviewing the evidence, the jury reached a verdict. Mark Winger was convicted. He received a life sentence. Years later, investigators still reflected on how close the case came to remaining unsolved forever. If detectives had accepted the original story without question, Roger Harrington would have been remembered as a violent intruder. Instead, evidence eventually revealed a very different picture. A shuttle driver who walked into a trap, a wife who never had a chance to tell her story, and a husband whose carefully constructed version of events slowly unraveled under years of investigation until the truth finally emerged. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who became a legend of crime, about an outlaw who robbed banks and eluded police, and about how one person's rebellion against society made her both a folk hero and a dangerous criminal. In the dusty backroads of Oklahoma and Texas during the Great Depression, a young woman named Bonnie Parker was making headlines alongside her partner Clyde Barrow. Between 1932 and 1934, Bonnie and Clyde led a gang that robbed banks, gas stations, and small stores across the central United States. They engaged in shootouts with police, took hostages, and left a trail of violence that resulted in at least 9 law enforcement officers losing their lives. The press romanticized them as Depression-era Robin Hoods, but the reality was far grimmer than the legend suggested. This is the story of Bonnie Parker, who became one of America's most famous female outlaws. She was not the gun-wielding gangster that movies would later portray, but she was a willing accomplice who participated in crimes and stood by Clyde through robbery after robbery. Her life of crime lasted just 2 years before ending in a hail of bullets on a Louisiana road in 1934, when she was only 23 years old. Bonnie Elizabeth Parker was born on October 1st, 1910, in Rowena, Texas. Her father passed away when she was young, and her mother moved the family to a poor neighborhood in Dallas. Bonnie grew up in poverty, but was known as a bright, creative student who loved poetry and drama. She dreamed of becoming an actress or singer, wanting a life more exciting than what her circumstances offered. At 16, Bonnie married Roy Thornton, a local young man. The marriage was troubled from the start. Roy was frequently in trouble with the law and spent much of their marriage in prison. By 1929, they had separated though never divorced. Bonnie was working as a waitress, living with her mother, and feeling trapped in a boring, dead-end existence. In January 1930, Bonnie met Clyde Barrow at a friend's house. Clyde was a small-time criminal with a record of theft and burglary. Despite his criminal background, or perhaps because of it, Bonnie was immediately attracted to him. He represented the excitement and danger she craved, an escape from her mundane life. Their romance began just as Clyde was arrested for burglary. While he was in prison, Bonnie remained devoted, visiting him and even smuggling a weapon into the facility to help him escape. Though Clyde was quickly recaptured and sent to a harsher prison, Bonnie's willingness to break the law for him demonstrated how completely he had captured her loyalty. When Clyde was released on parole in 1932, he and Bonnie immediately began their crime spree. They formed a gang with various accomplices and started robbing small businesses and gas stations across Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, and Missouri. These were not sophisticated heists of large banks, but desperate robberies of small establishments that netted minimal money. The gang was constantly on the run, sleeping in stolen cars, moving from town to town, never staying anywhere long. They robbed to get money for food, gas, and temporary lodging. It was a chaotic, exhausting lifestyle with no real goal beyond survival and avoiding capture. What made Bonnie and Clyde different from other criminals was the publicity. Bonnie wrote poetry about their exploits, including a famous poem called The Story of Bonnie and Clyde. Newspapers printed her verses, romanticizing the couple as modern-day outlaws fighting against the establishment. Photos were found showing Bonnie posing with weapons and cigars, images that shocked the public and made her famous. But the reality was far less romantic. The gang's crimes grew increasingly violent. When confronted by law enforcement, they would shoot their way out rather than surrender. Between 1932 and 1934, at least 9 police officers were eliminated during encounters with the Barrow Gang, and several civilians were also harmed. Bonnie's exact role in the violence remains debated. Some accounts suggest she never fired a weapon and was primarily a lookout and getaway driver. Others claim she participated more actively. What is certain is that she was present during violent encounters and made no attempt to leave Clyde or stop the criminal activity. By 1934, law enforcement across multiple states was coordinating efforts to capture or eliminate the Barrow Gang. Former Texas Ranger Frank Hamer was brought out of retirement specifically to track them down. He studied their patterns, learned their habits, and determined their likely routes and hideouts. Hamer discovered that Bonnie and Clyde would periodically visit family members in Louisiana. He set up an ambush on a rural road near Sales, Louisiana, where he expected them to pass. On the morning of May 23, 1934, a posse of 6 lawmen hid along the road and waited. When Bonnie and Clyde drove past in their stolen Ford sedan, the officers opened fire without warning. Over 130 rounds were fired into the vehicle in less than 2 minutes. Bonnie and Clyde were both ended instantly, their bodies riddled with bullets. They never had a chance to surrender or resist. The ambush was controversial then and remains so today. Some argued the couple should have been given an opportunity to surrender. Law enforcement countered that given their history of shooting at police, an ambush was the only safe way to stop them. The decision to shoot without warning ensured no more officers would lose their lives attempting to arrest the pair. Bonnie Parker was 23 years old when she passed away. Her body was returned to Dallas, where thousands attended her funeral. She was buried in a separate cemetery from Clyde, as her family refused to allow them to be interred together. Her mother had tried desperately to convince Bonnie to leave Clyde and return home, but Bonnie had chosen her outlaw partner over family. In the decades since, Bonnie and Clyde have been romanticized in films, songs, and books as tragic rebels fighting against Depression-era injustice. But the victims of their crimes, particularly the law enforcement officers who were simply doing their jobs, tell a different story. These are not heroes, but criminals who chose violence over surrender and dragged each other deeper into a lifestyle that could only end one way. Bonnie Parker's story is a cautionary tale about how desperation for excitement and romance can lead someone down a destructive path. She was a talented young woman with potential who threw away her life for 2 years of running, hiding, robbing, and living in constant fear. She achieved the fame she craved, but at the cost of everything, including her future. The Depression-era circumstances that created sympathy for Bonnie and Clyde cannot excuse the violence they committed or the lives they took. They were criminals who made choices, and those choices led inevitably to that Louisiana roadside where their brief, violent lives came to an equally violent end, leaving behind grieving families on both sides and a legend that continues to obscure the tragic reality of what they actually were. Next story. I'm going to tell you a true story that unfolded behind the doors of a large suburban home. A case that remained confusing for years because it looked like a tragic accident rather than a deliberate crime. This is a story about resentment that grew quietly inside a marriage, about intelligence used for destruction instead of healing, and about how a carefully constructed image can hide a lethal plan in plain sight. This is the true story of Deborah Green. Deborah Green lived in suburban Kansas in the early 1990s. She was a medical doctor, highly educated, disciplined, and outwardly successful. She was married to Michael Farrar, also a physician, and together they had 3 children. To neighbors and colleagues, the family appeared accomplished and stable. They lived in a large home, attended professional events, and moved comfortably within their community. Nothing about their lives suggested danger. What few people knew was that the marriage was quietly collapsing. Deborah and Michael's relationship had deteriorated over time. Arguments became frequent, and resentment settled in. Deborah felt increasingly angry and powerless as the marriage slipped beyond her control. When Michael began considering divorce, Deborah reacted not with open confrontation, but with calculation. She was not impulsive. She was deliberate, and she understood medicine well enough to know how harm could be disguised as coincidence. In 1994, Michael and the children began experiencing unexplained illnesses. Sudden nausea, severe stomach pain, vomiting, symptoms that came and went without a clear cause. At first, doctors were puzzled. Food poisoning was suspected. Viral illness was considered. No one immediately imagined intentional poisoning inside a doctor's home. But the illnesses kept returning. Michael became increasingly suspicious. He noticed that symptoms often appeared after Deborah prepared meals. He began keeping notes, quietly observing patterns without confronting her directly. His instincts told him something was wrong, but the idea that his wife, a physician, would deliberately poison her own family felt unthinkable. Eventually, tests revealed the presence of ricin, a deadly toxin derived from castor beans. It was not something a person would encounter accidentally. Ricin requires knowledge, preparation, and intent. Investigators became involved. Deborah denied everything. She claimed the symptoms were stress-related. She blamed Michael. She maintained composure. Before the investigation could fully resolve, the family was shaken by another event. In May of 1995, a massive fire broke out in the family home late at night. Flames spread rapidly. Michael and the children managed to escape. Deborah did not. She died in the fire. At first, it was assumed she had been trapped. A tragic end to a troubled situation. The case appeared closed, but something did not sit right. Fire investigators began analyzing the scene more closely. They found evidence suggesting the fire had been intentionally set with multiple ignition points. This was not an accident. This was arson, and the way the fire had been started suggested planning, not panic. Investigators reached a disturbing conclusion. Deborah had set the fire herself. The theory was chilling in its logic. Deborah, facing divorce, potential criminal charges, and loss of control over her family, had decided to destroy everything by setting the fire at night. She likely believed her husband and children would die in their sleep. When they escaped, her plan failed. She remained inside, either by choice or miscalculation, and died in the flames she had created. The investigation that followed uncovered more evidence of her earlier poisoning attempts. Notes, chemical knowledge, timelines that aligned too closely to be ignored. What initially looked like a tragic household accident was revealed to be the final act of a long, silent campaign of harm. Michael and the children survived, but their lives were permanently altered. They had lived for months inside a home where danger came not from strangers, but from someone trusted completely. The person meant to heal had instead chosen to hurt. The person trained to preserve life had methodically tried to end it. This case is chilling because it does not rely on brutality or sudden violence. It relies on patience, on intelligence, on the understanding that harm can be delivered quietly, repeatedly, and invisibly. Deborah Green did not lash out in rage. She planned. She waited. She believed she could control the outcome. Her story reminds us that danger does not always look reckless or unstable. Sometimes it looks educated, composed, and calm. Sometimes it lives inside routine, inside shared meals, inside the assumption that home is safe. And sometimes the most frightening crimes are the ones that almost succeed without anyone noticing at all. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived two completely separate lives. One filled with discipline, rank, and respect, and another built on secrecy, compulsion, and escalating violence. This is a true crime story about how power can hide cruelty in plain sight, and how even the most controlled life can quietly unravel. Russell Williams was born in 1963 in England and later moved to Canada. From an early age, he appeared focused, intelligent, and ambitious. He excelled academically, joined the military, and build a career that placed him among the most trusted individuals in the country. Over time, Williams rose through the ranks of the Canadian Armed Forces, eventually becoming a colonel and a commanding officer of CFB Trenton, one of Canada's most important Air Force bases. To colleagues, he was disciplined and professional. To neighbors, polite and reserved. To his wife, distant but dependable. There was nothing outwardly alarming about Russell Williams. What no one saw was the other life he carefully protected. For years, Williams had been committing break-ins across quiet Ontario neighborhoods. He targeted homes when no one was present. He stole personal items, particularly women's clothing. He photographed himself wearing them, documenting his fantasies in obsessive detail. These crimes went unnoticed for a long time because nothing appeared disturbed. No obvious theft, no violence. But compulsion rarely stays contained. In 2009, the crimes escalated. Williams began sexually assaulting women in their homes at night. He studied their routines. He entered silently. He restrained them, spoke calmly, and left without killing them. His victims survived, but they were deeply traumatized. They described an attacker who was controlled, methodical, and eerily calm. Still, he was not caught. Then, in June 2009, a woman named Corporal Marie-France Comeau went missing. She was a military subordinate stationed at the same base Russell Williams commanded. Her body was later found in a remote area. She had been sexually assaulted and murdered. Months later, another woman, Jessica Lloyd, disappeared from her home. Her body was discovered shortly afterward. The crime showed signs of escalation. More violence, less restraint. Investigators knew they were dealing with someone organized. They began mapping locations, timelines, tire tracks. One small detail became crucial. At multiple crime scenes, distinctive tire impressions were found. The tread pattern was unusual. Investigators narrowed it down to a specific model of tire, one commonly used on certain vehicles. They cross-checked ownership records. Russell Williams' vehicle was a match. When police brought him in for questioning in February 2010, he appeared calm and cooperative. He agreed to speak. He answered politely. He believed he could outthink them. But investigators did not rush. They placed photographs in front of him. They showed him tire comparisons. They watched his reactions. Slowly, his composure cracked. Then they showed him surveillance images from a break-in where the intruder had been photographed wearing stolen clothing. It was him. At that moment, the performance ended. Russell Williams confessed. He spoke in detail, calmly, methodically. He described his crimes without emotion, as if recounting logistics rather than human suffering. He admitted to break-ins, assaults, and murders. He explained how his position helped him avoid suspicion, how structure and authority gave him cover. In 2010, Russell Williams pleaded guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder, along with dozens of other charges including sexual assault and break-and-enter. He was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole for 25 years. He was stripped of rank, disgraced publicly, removed entirely from the life he once controlled. What makes this story linger is the contrast. A man trusted with national security, a man who led others, a man who lived among families without fear. And yet, beneath the discipline, there was obsession. This case reminds us that danger does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it hides behind credentials, behind calm voices, behind routine, and sometimes the truth is revealed not by chaos, but by patience, patterns, and one small detail that refuses to disappear. Russell Williams is now imprisoned. His 2 lives collapsed into one narrow cell. And the women whose lives were forever changed are remembered not for how they were harmed, but for how their cases finally exposed the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who believed he was smarter than everyone in the room, about a disappearance that quietly turned into a murder investigation, and about how technology, the smallest digital traces, slowly dismantled a carefully constructed lie. This is the true story of Grant Amato. Grant Amato grew up in Florida in a stable, structured household. His father, Chad, was disciplined and methodical. His mother, Margaret, was nurturing but practical. His older brother, Cody, was steady, responsible, and reliable. The Amato home was not chaotic. It was not abusive. It was structured, routine, and predictable. Grant was different from his brother. He was intelligent, but restless, ambitious, but inconsistent. He wanted success, but without the discomfort that usually accompanies it. He trained as a nurse and worked in healthcare for a time, but his employment history was unstable. Supervisors described him as capable, yet distracted. Then, sometime in 2018, Grant began spending large amounts of time online. At first, it looked harmless: gaming, streaming platforms, social media. But gradually, his focus narrowed to one specific online world: adult live streaming websites. There, he encountered a woman, a webcam performer from Bulgaria. Grant became fixated. He was not just watching, he was interacting, messaging, sending money, large amounts of money. Over weeks and months, the payments escalated. Hundreds became thousands. Thousands became tens of thousands. He told her he loved her. He told her he would travel to see her. He told her he would build a life with her. She responded professionally, affectionate, encouraging, but distant. For her, this was business. For Grant, it became obsession. When his savings ran out, he began stealing from his family. At first, small amounts, then larger transfers. He accessed family accounts. He opened credit lines. He drained resources quietly. When his father discovered the missing money, confrontation followed. Chad Amato was furious, but not violent. He demanded Grant get help. The family staged an intervention. They offered him a choice: stop the online relationship, seek treatment for internet and gambling addiction, or move out. Grant agreed outwardly. He attended counseling sessions briefly. He promised to cut contact. He told his family the money transfers had ended. They had not. On January 24th, 2019, something shifted. Neighbors later reported nothing unusual. No screaming, no disturbance. Inside the Amato home, however, violence unfolded with chilling calculation. Grant shot his father first, then his mother, then his brother. Each shot was deliberate, close range, controlled. Afterward, Grant attempted to stage the scene. He positioned his father's body with a gun nearby, suggesting a murder-suicide. He left evidence that implied Chad had killed his wife and son before turning the weapon on himself. Then Grant left the house. He drove to a hotel. There, in that hotel room, he logged back into the webcam site. He resumed messaging the woman in Bulgaria. He told her he was coming to see her soon. He sent affectionate messages as if nothing had occurred. Meanwhile, coworkers grew concerned when Chad failed to appear for work. Law enforcement conducted a welfare check. Inside the house, they found 3 bodies. The scene immediately raised doubts. The angles of gunshots were inconsistent with a murder-suicide. Ballistics did not align with the staging. Investigators began reconstructing the timeline carefully. They checked financial records. They found tens of thousands of dollars sent overseas. They checked internet history. They saw hours upon hours of webcam interaction. They examined phone records. Grant had been active online immediately after the murders. Detectives brought him in for questioning. Grant appeared calm, almost detached. He denied involvement. He suggested his father had been stressed. He leaned into the murder-suicide narrative carefully, as if rehearsed. But investigators did not confront aggressively. They allowed silence. They asked small, precise questions. They returned to timelines repeatedly. They let inconsistencies accumulate. Forensic analysis became critical. Gunshot residue patterns did not match Grant's claims. Digital timestamps placed him at home during the likely window of death. Surveillance footage showed his movements before and after the murders. And then there was motive. Prosecutors later laid it out clearly. Grant believed his family stood between him and the fantasy life he had built online. They controlled the money. They challenged his delusion. They threatened to expose him as unemployed, unstable, and financially reckless. To preserve the fantasy, he removed the obstacle. During trial, the courtroom heard hours of testimony detailing Grant's obsession. Messages were read aloud. Financial transfers were documented meticulously. The prosecution did not rush. They built the narrative brick by brick. The defense argued addiction, emotional instability, impulsivity, but the evidence suggested planning. The jury deliberated carefully. Grant Amato was found guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. What makes this story unsettling is not just the brutality. It is the quiet return to the computer screen afterward. The ability to step from violence in a fantasy without visible fracture. The murders were not explosive. They were not chaotic. They were transactional. Grant now spends his life behind bars, occasionally giving interviews in which he still speaks about the online relationship, as if it were meaningful, as if it justified risk. Meanwhile, 3 lives ended inside a quiet Florida home because one man could not separate reality from the illusion he preferred. This story lingers because it reflects something modern. Isolation, digital obsession, financial secrecy, private fantasies growing stronger than real relationships, and the terrifying possibility that someone can sit across the dinner table, smiling softly, while living in an entirely different world inside their head. Next story. The first person to realize something was wrong was not a witness, not a detective, but a medical examiner who had already signed the report and moved on, only to return to it hours later, because of a detail that refused to settle, a measurement that didn't align with the rest of the findings. Something so minor it could have been dismissed as a rounding error, but precise enough to suggest that the body had not been where everyone believed it had been when it was first discovered. The case began in early March 2018 on the outskirts of Pune, where a construction crew clearing land for a new roadway uncovered human remains partially buried beneath a shallow layer of soil. The discovery halted work immediately and brought in local authorities, who secured the site and initiated what initially appeared to be a straightforward recovery. The body was identified within days as a 33-year-old woman named Neha Kulkarni, a school administrator who had been reported missing nearly a week earlier. Her disappearance had generated concern, but little immediate progress. She had left work at her usual time, sent a routine message to a colleague, and then seemed to vanish without disruption. Her phone went offline shortly afterward, and no confirmed sightings followed. When her remains were found, the location seemed to provide a grim but simple conclusion: that she had been taken to an isolated area and buried to conceal the crime, a narrative that aligned with many similar cases and required little adjustment to fit the available evidence. But the medical examiner noticed something that did not fit. The level of decomposition did not match the timeline of her disappearance. Specifically, the condition of soft tissue suggested exposure to air for a longer period than would have been possible if the body had been buried immediately after death. And more importantly, the distribution of soil on the clothing indicated that it had been placed there after the body had already begun to decompose elsewhere, a detail that suggested secondary burial, meaning the location where Neha was found was not where the crime had originally occurred. This distinction changed the direction of the investigation entirely, shifting focus away from the construction site and toward identifying a primary location, a place where the body had been kept before being moved. And as investigators retraced Neha's last known movements, they found that her route home from work passed through a mixed residential and commercial area with multiple possible stops, but no clear indication of where she might have gone after leaving the main road. Her phone records provided limited assistance, showing a final signal ping near a cluster of small office buildings, after which the device was either turned off or destroyed. Attention turned to that cluster, a group of aging structures housing a mix of small businesses, storage units, and unused office spaces, many of which had limited oversight and inconsistent occupancy, making them difficult to monitor. And when investigators canvassed the area, they found little in the way of direct witnesses, but one detail began to stand out. Several tenants reported a persistent odor in the days following Neha's disappearance, something they had attributed to drainage issues or construction nearby, but which, in retrospect, aligned with the possibility that a body had been present in the vicinity for some time. A systematic search of the buildings was conducted, focusing on units that had been recently vacated or showed signs of irregular use. And in one such unit, a small, windowless office that had been listed as unoccupied Investigators found traces that confirmed their suspicion, faint but detectable biological residue on the floor, along with signs of recent cleaning, not thorough enough to eliminate all evidence, but sufficient to obscure it at a glance. The pattern matched the medical examiner's conclusion. This was likely the primary location where Neha's body had been kept before being moved. The challenge then became identifying who had access to the unit, and records showed that it had been leased under a short-term agreement to a man named Irvin Mehta, who had provided minimal documentation and paid in cash, a detail that complicated efforts to trace him, but not enough to make him invisible. Surveillance from nearby shops captured his movements over several days, including the night of Neha's disappearance, placing him in the area at a critical time. Further investigation revealed that Irvin had a background in logistics, including experience with transport and storage, skills that would have made it easier to move and conceal a body without drawing attention. When questioned, Irvin initially denied any involvement, stating that he had used the unit only for temporary storage and had vacated it before Neha's disappearance. But inconsistencies in his timeline quickly emerged, particularly regarding his whereabouts during the days when the odor had been reported, and as forensic evidence from the unit was processed, it became clear that the cleaning had been recent and incomplete, leaving behind traces that directly contradicted his statements. The investigation intensified, focusing on reconstructing the sequence of events that had led from Neha's disappearance to the secondary burial site. Investigators theorized that Neha had been intercepted somewhere along her route, possibly under a pretext that allowed her to enter the building without resistance, and that she had been held in the unit for a period of time before her death, after which the body remained there until Irvin arranged for its removal, using the construction site as a temporary burial location, likely chosen for its isolation and the assumption that ongoing work would obscure any disturbance. However, the timing proved to be a critical flaw. The delay between death and burial created inconsistencies that could not be reconciled with a single location narrative, ultimately exposing the secondary nature of the site. A key piece of evidence came from soil analysis, which revealed that particles found on Neha's clothing did not match the composition of the construction site alone, but included material consistent with the flooring of the office unit, a mixture of fine dust and industrial residue that would not have been present outdoors, confirming that the body had been moved from one location to another. This physical link, combined with the surveillance footage and Irvin's inconsistent statements, built a case that was difficult to refute. As the pressure mounted, Irvin's account shifted, moving from denial to partial acknowledgement, admitting to using the unit, but attempting to distance himself from the events that had taken place within it, suggesting that others may have been involved, but the evidence continued to point back to him, each detail reinforcing the conclusion that he had both the opportunity and the means to carry out the sequence of actions required. The investigation, which had begun with a seemingly straightforward discovery, had evolved into a layered reconstruction of movement, concealment, and misdirection. In the end, it was not the burial site that defined the case, but the gap between where the body was found and where it had actually been, a difference that only became visible through careful observation and the willingness to question initial assumptions. And it was that gap, measured not just in distance, but in time and intent, that revealed the true nature of what had happened, turning a simple narrative into a complex one, and demonstrating that in cases like this, the most important, location is not always the one that is easiest to see, but the one that has been deliberately hidden from view. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a family man who seemed to be grieving the loss of his wife and children, about a house fire that took 3 lives, and about how investigators discovered that the tragedy was actually a carefully planned triple elimination designed to look like an accident. In February 2008, Bill Porter lived in a comfortable home in Bakersfield, California with his wife Donna and their 2 young children. Bill worked as a commodities trader, and the family appeared to live a normal middle-class life. But beneath the surface, Bill was drowning in debt and having an affair with a woman he worked with. On February 16, 2008, neighbors called 911 reporting that the Porter house was on fire. When firefighters arrived, they found the home engulfed in flames. They managed to get the fire under control, and entered the house to search for anyone inside. What they found was devastating. Donna Porter, age 40, was found dead in the master bedroom. The couple's two children, 6-year-old Brandon and 3-year-old Bryn, were found dead in their bedrooms. All three had died from smoke inhalation. Bill Porter was not home at the time of the fire. He told investigators he had left early that morning to go to the gym and had come back to find his house on fire and his family gone. Initially, the fire appeared to be a tragic accident. Fire investigators determined that it had started in the garage, possibly from an electrical problem or some other accidental cause. The community rallied around Bill Porter, offering sympathy and support as he grieved the loss of his entire family. Bill played the role of devastated husband and father, appearing at memorials and accepting condolences. But fire investigators weren't completely satisfied with the accidental fire theory. Something about the burn patterns and the way the fire had spread seemed unusual. They continued analyzing the evidence and consulting with experts. As they dug deeper, they began to suspect that the fire had been intentionally set. Detectives also started looking into Bill Porter's background and discovered troubling information. Bill was having an affair with a coworker and had been for some time. He and Donna had been having serious marital problems. Most significantly, Bill was in severe financial trouble. He had lost huge amounts of money through bad investments and was facing potential bankruptcy. Investigators discovered that Bill had taken out large life insurance policies on Donna and the children shortly before the fire. If their deaths were ruled accidental, Bill stood to collect over $1 million in insurance money. The combination of the affair, the financial problems, and the insurance policies gave Bill a clear motive. As the investigation intensified, fire experts determined that accelerants had been used to start and spread the fire. The fire had not been an accident, but had been deliberately set in multiple locations throughout the house to ensure it would spread quickly. The person who set the fire had wanted to make sure the house burned fast, giving the victims no chance to escape. Even more disturbing, the autopsy results revealed something horrifying. Donna and the two children had not simply died from smoke inhalation as initially thought. They had been given fatal doses of sleeping medication before the fire started. Bill had drugged his wife and children to make sure they would be unconscious when the fire started, ensuring they wouldn't wake up and escape. Bill Porter was arrested in March 2008 and charged with 3 counts of first-degree ending of life and arson. The evidence against him was overwhelming. He had purchased the sleeping medication. He had taken out the insurance policies. He had set the fire using accelerants. And he had the motive, getting rid of his family to collect insurance money and be free to continue his affair. Bill's trial began in 2009. The prosecution presented the forensic evidence showing the fire had been deliberately set, the toxicology reports showing the victims had been drugged, and the financial evidence showing Bill's desperate need for money. They also presented testimony from Bill's mistress, who said Bill had talked about wanting to be free of his marriage. The defense tried to argue that Bill had been framed or that someone else might have set the fire. They suggested that perhaps Donna had been depressed and had taken her own life along with the children, though this theory made no sense given the evidence of arson and premeditation. The defense couldn't adequately explain the insurance policies, the accelerants, or the sleeping medication. In November 2009, Bill Porter was found guilty on all counts. The jury deliberated for just a few hours before reaching their verdict. Bill showed little emotion as the verdict was read, maintaining the cold demeanor he had displayed throughout the trial. He was sentenced to death and sent to San Quentin State Prison in California. During the sentencing phase, Donna's family gave emotional victim impact statements. They described Donna as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. Brandon had been a first grader who loved baseball. Bryn had been a joyful 3-year-old who was excited about everything. The family talked about the unimaginable pain of losing all 3 of them at once and the horror of learning they had been taken by Bill. The case highlighted how someone can hide murderous intentions behind a mask of normalcy. Bill Porter had seemed like a regular father and husband to neighbors and acquaintances. No one suspected that he was capable of drugging his own children and setting his house on fire with his family inside. The financial pressure in the affair had pushed him to commit the unthinkable. Bill Porter remains on death row in California, where he has been for over 15 years. California has not executed anyone since 2006, and Bill will likely spend the rest of his life in prison regardless of his death sentence. He has maintained his innocence in interviews, claiming he was wrongly convicted, but the evidence against him remains overwhelming. Donna, Brandon, and Bryn Porter should have had many more years together as a family. The children should have grown up, gone to school, made friends, and had all the experiences of childhood. Donna should have watched her children grow and should have had the chance to leave an unhappy marriage and build a new life. Instead, all three were taken by someone who saw them as obstacles to his desires rather than as human beings he was supposed to love and protect. The case serves as a reminder that financial desperation and selfish desires can drive people to commit horrific acts against their own families, and that sometimes the person you trust most is actually the greatest danger. Next story. The body was found in a place that should have made the investigation simple. A locked apartment with no signs of forced entry, no disturbance, and no immediate indication that anyone other than the victim had been inside. A situation that, on the surface, suggested either a natural death or a closed-room scenario with very limited possibilities. But what complicated everything was a single detail that didn't belong, an object positioned in a way that implied someone had left the scene after. The door had already been secured. It was early December 2020 in Mumbai when the building's maintenance staff reported a persistent water leak seeping into the corridor from under the door of a second-floor unit. A slow but steady flow that had gone unnoticed for hours until it began to spread across the tile flooring, prompting the decision to unlock the apartment using a master key. Inside, they found 34-year-old Aditi Sharma lying on the bathroom floor, partially submerged in water from an overflowing sink, the tap still running, the room humid and silent. And at first glance, it appeared to be an accident, a fall that had left her unable to shut off the water. But the position of her body suggested otherwise, too controlled, too still. And when emergency responders confirmed that she had been dead for several hours, the assumption of an accident began to weaken. The apartment itself was otherwise undisturbed. The front door locked from the inside, windows closed, no signs of forced entry, and nothing missing, creating the impression that no one else had been present. But as investigators moved through the space, one detail began to draw attention. A ceramic cup placed on the kitchen counter, positioned upside down on a folded cloth, something that did not match the rest of the environment. Not because it was unusual in itself, but because of its precision, the way it had been placed carefully rather than casually, and more importantly, because Aditi's habits, as described by those who knew her, did not include leaving items arranged in that manner. It was a small inconsistency, but in a scene defined by control and stillness, it stood out. The post-mortem examination provided the first clear indication that the death was not accidental, revealing signs of manual strangulation, consistent with pressure applied to the neck prior to the body being moved to the bathroom, and the presence of water was determined to be incidental, introduced after death rather than the cause of it. This finding transformed the case immediately, turning what had appeared to be a sealed environment into a deliberate staging, a space arranged to conceal the true nature of the event. The locked door aspect became the central challenge. If no one had forced entry and the door was secured from the inside, then either the victim had allowed someone involuntarily, or the method of exit had been concealed in a way that was not immediately obvious. Investigators began by examining access points, confirming that the main door could be locked from the outside using a key, meaning that the appearance of a sealed room did not necessarily indicate that the perpetrator was still inside or had been trapped, but it did raise the question of how the scene had been left so controlled, with no visible disturbance. Attention turned to the timeline. Aditi had last been seen the previous evening returning from work at approximately 7:40 p.m., captured on building CCTV entering the lobby alone, and no one was recorded entering or leaving her apartment floor afterward. But this detail was complicated by a known blind spot in the camera coverage near the stairwell, an area that allowed limited movement without detection. This gap created the possibility that someone had accessed the floor without being recorded, particularly if they were familiar with the building layout. Investigators then focused on individuals who had legitimate access to the building, including residents, maintenance staff, and regular visitors, and among them was a man named Kunal Mehra, a freelance technician who had performed repair work in the building on multiple occasions, including a visit to Aditi's apartment 2 days before her death to fix a minor electrical issue. This prior access meant that he was familiar with both the layout and the security limitations, and more importantly, that his presence would not necessarily raise suspicion. When questioned, Kunal stated that his interaction with Aditi had been limited to the repair work and that he had not returned since. But his account began to weaken when phone location data placed him in the vicinity of the building on the night of the incident, despite having no scheduled work there. Further investigation revealed that he had retained a duplicate key to the apartment, a detail he initially failed to disclose, claiming later that it had been forgotten and never used. But the existence of the key provided a clear method of entry and exit without forced access. The ceramic cup in the kitchen became a focal point, and forensic analysis revealed partial fingerprints that did not belong to Aditi, but were insufficient for immediate identification. However, the cloth beneath it contained fibers consistent with materials found in Kunal's toolkit, specifically a type of cleaning rag he commonly used during repairs. This connection, while indirect, linked him to the scene in a way that contradicted his statement of not returning. As investigators reconstructed the sequence of events, a clearer picture began to emerge. Aditi had likely allowed Kunal into the apartment voluntarily, possibly under the assumption of a follow-up repair or a minor issue. Once inside, the situation escalated, leading to the act of strangulation, after which the scene was partially staged. The body moved to the bathroom, the water left running to create the appearance of an accident, and the apartment arranged to appear undisturbed. The cup, placed deliberately, may have been an overlooked detail, something left behind during the process of cleaning or staging, a small action that did not align with the overall attempt at control. The locked door, initially seen as a barrier to understanding, became a misleading element, a constructed condition that suggested isolation but actually concealed the method of exit. The use of a key allowing the perpetrator to leave without disrupting the appearance of a sealed environment. The blind spot in the camera coverage provided the final piece, explaining how movement could occur without being recorded, turning what seemed like a closed system into one with a hidden pathway. Under continued questioning, the inconsistencies in Kunal's account became more pronounced, each detail aligning more closely with the evidence than with his statements, until the structure of the narrative could no longer be maintained. The case, which had begun as a quiet, contained scene, revealed itself to be the result of deliberate actions layered carefully to appear accidental, relying on the assumption that small details would go unnoticed. In the end, it was not the obvious elements of the scene that solved the case, but the subtle ones, the placement of an object, the presence of a material out of context, the understanding of how a locked door could mislead rather than confirm. It was through these details that the controlled environment was broken apart, revealing the sequence that had been hidden within it. A reminder that even the most contained spaces can hold inconsistencies that, when examined closely, lead directly to the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell you another true story that unfolded so slowly and quietly that even the people closest to it didn't realize a crime was happening until it was far too late. This is a story about dependence disguised as love, about isolation that looked like loyalty, and about a woman whose life narrowed little by little until there was no space left to escape. This case did not begin with violence. It began with reassurance. It began with someone saying they would take care of everything. This is the true story of Stephen Beard and Celeste Beard. Celeste Beard was young, attractive, and struggling to find stability when she met Stephen Beard in the late 1990s. Stephen was a wealthy businessman in Austin, Texas, decades older than her, with money, property, and influence. To Celeste, he represented safety, security, and a way out of financial uncertainty. Their relationship moved quickly. Stephen showered her with gifts, promises, and attention. He positioned himself as a protector, someone who could give her a better life. Within a short time, they were married. From the outside, the marriage looked like a classic story of an older, successful man and a younger wife enjoying the benefits of wealth. But inside the home, the dynamic was far more complex. Stephen was controlling, rigid, and deeply possessive. Celeste, meanwhile, became increasingly restless. She enjoyed the lifestyle, but felt trapped by Stephen's expectations and his need for control. Arguments were frequent. Tension settled into the house and never left. Stephen's health began to decline not long after the marriage. He suffered from diabetes and other complications that required frequent medical attention. As his condition worsened, Celeste took on the role of caretaker. To outsiders, she appeared devoted, managing his medications and accompanying him to appointments. But privately, she complained about the burden, the lack of freedom, and the feeling that her life was slipping away inside a marriage she no longer wanted. During this time, Celeste became involved with a young man named Eric. Eric was unstable, emotionally intense, and easily influenced. Celeste confided in him constantly, painting Stephen as abusive, cruel, and dangerous. She told Eric she was afraid for her life. She said Stephen controlled her completely and that she would never be free unless he was gone. Over time, those conversations shifted from emotional venting to something much darker. Celeste began suggesting that Stephen's death might be the only solution. She framed it as self-defense, as survival, as the only way out. Eric, desperate to prove his loyalty and deeply manipulated, began to believe that killing Stephen would be an act of rescue rather than murder. The plan did not form all at once. It emerged slowly through repetition, reassurance, and emotional pressure. In October of 2000, Stephen Beard was shot multiple times in his own home while he slept. Eric Colley was the one who pulled the trigger. Celeste claimed that an intruder had broken in and attacked her husband. At first, the story seemed plausible. Stephen was wealthy. Robbery was considered. Celeste appeared hysterical. She cried. She told police she had feared this might happen. But investigators noticed inconsistencies almost immediately. There were no signs of forced entry. Nothing valuable was missing. The scene did not match the story. As police continued to dig, Eric Colley's name surfaced. When confronted, he broke down. He confessed to the shooting and revealed Celeste's role in planning it. The picture that emerged was one of calculated manipulation. Celeste had not acted in panic or fear. She had spent months shaping Eric's perceptions, reinforcing the idea that Stephen was a monster who needed to be stopped. She had coached Eric on what to do, when to do it, and how to think about it afterward. Stephen's illness, his vulnerability, and his trust in his wife had all been used against him. Celeste Beard was arrested and charged with capital murder. During her trial, prosecutors laid out the emotional trail she had left behind. Recorded phone calls, witness testimony, and Eric's confession revealed how carefully she had orchestrated events without ever pulling the trigger herself. The jury saw how manipulation could be just as lethal as direct violence. In 2003, Celeste Beard was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. Eric Colley received a lesser sentence for his cooperation, though he would spend many years incarcerated. Stephen Beard, a man who believed he had secured companionship and care in his later years, had instead been betrayed in the most intimate way possible. This case is unsettling because of how quiet it was. No dramatic confrontations, no public threats, just conversations held in private, emotions twisted slowly, and a crime that felt inevitable only in hindsight. Stephen was not killed in a moment of rage. He was removed from the picture after becoming inconvenient. The story of Stephen and Celeste Beard reminds us that manipulation can be invisible. That danger does not always announce itself with anger or aggression. Sometimes it arrives through sympathy, whispered fears, and a steady rewriting of reality until someone believes they are saving a life by taking one. And when the house finally falls silent, the truth emerges only after everything else is already gone. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing water treatment plant operator during a routine overnight shift. a disappearance that unfolded inside a facility designed for constant monitoring and control, yet in a span of time so ordinary that nothing immediately appeared out of place. In the early months of 2019, a municipal water treatment plant on the outskirts of Sacramento, California operated through the night with a reduced staff, relying on automated systems and periodic manual checks to maintain flow, pressure, and filtration levels. Among those assigned to the overnight rotation was 42-year-old operator James Porter, a technician with more than 10 years of experience managing system controls and responding to irregular readings. His responsibilities included monitoring digital panels, inspecting mechanical components, and logging system updates at regular intervals, all of which were recorded through a centralized control system. On the night of January 26th, James began his shift just before 10 p.m., taking over from the previous operator and reviewing system status reports. Over the next several hours, his activity logs showed a consistent pattern of checks and adjustments, each entry time stamped and aligned with normal operations. At approximately 2:14 a.m., he recorded a routine inspection of a filtration unit located in a secondary processing area, a section of the facility that required physical access and was not continuously staffed. That entry would become his last. When a next scheduled system check was not logged, the control center flagged it as a delay, but not immediately as a problem. Minor lapses in manual logging were not uncommon, especially during overnight hours when staffing was limited. However, as additional checks went unrecorded and attempts to reach James by internal communication systems failed, concern began to grow. By early morning, supervisors initiated a search of the facility. James's workstation in the control room appeared undisturbed. His identification badge, however, was not present, indicating he had left the immediate area. When investigators moved toward the secondary processing section, where his last log had been recorded, they began to notice irregularities that did not align with routine inspection activity. Near a maintenance platform adjacent to the filtration unit, forensic technicians identified faint traces of blood along a railing and on the concrete surface below. The markings were subtle and not visible without detailed examination, but sufficient to confirm that an incident had occurred in that location. Laboratory testing later confirmed that the blood belonged to James Porter. The investigation shifted immediately, focusing on access to the facility during the relevant time frame. Entry logs showed that only a limited number of personnel had been present overnight. Among them was a contracted maintenance technician named Victor Hale, who had been assigned to perform equipment checks in a separate section of the plant. Hale's access records indicated movement between multiple areas of the facility during the same window in which James's activity ceased. When questioned, Hale stated that he had been performing routine maintenance tasks and had not encountered James during his shift. His explanation appeared consistent with his assigned duties, but discrepancies began to emerge when investigators compared his movement logs with the facility layout. Records showed that he had accessed the secondary processing area despite having no assigned work there that night. Surveillance within the plant was limited to key entry points and exterior zones, but one camera positioned near a service corridor captured Hale entering the area leading toward the filtration unit shortly before James's final log entry. There is no corresponding footage showing him leaving through the same route within the expected time frame. A search warrant executed on Hale's vehicle provided additional evidence. Forensic teams identified trace materials consistent with the plant environment, including residue unique to the filtration area. More significantly, they had faint biological traces in the cargo area that had been partially cleaned. Laboratory analysis confirmed the presence of James's blood. During a second interview, investigators presented the collected evidence, aligning access records, surveillance footage, and forensic findings into a clear sequence. As the timeline became increasingly defined, Hale's account began to change. He admitted to entering the secondary processing area and encountering James near the filtration unit, stating that a disagreement had occurred regarding equipment access and procedures. Investigators determined that the confrontation escalated within the confined industrial space. The limited visibility and isolated nature of the area provided conditions where the incident could occur without immediate detection. What followed was a series of actions that extended beyond the initial encounter, involving movement through service corridors and the use of access points not regularly monitored. It required additional questioning before Hale disclosed where he had taken him, leading investigators to a location outside the facility where evidence confirmed the outcome of the case. At trial, the prosecution focused on the integration of digital logs, physical evidence, and movement patterns within the plant, demonstrating how each element contributed to a structured reconstruction of events. Victor Hale was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. For those who worked at the facility, the case altered how routine activity was perceived, showing that even in an environment defined by constant monitoring, the most critical moment can occur in a space between systems, where human presence is assumed but not immediately verified, and where a single missing entry can carry more weight than hours of recorded normalcy. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. For years, the case existed without a face to attach to the crime, only a photograph of a boy smiling in the sunlight and a place along a road where he had last been seen. On December 7, 2003, 13-year-old Daniel Morecombe was waiting at a bus stop on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland, Australia. It was a normal afternoon. He was heading to a shopping center to buy Christmas presents. His parents expected him home later that day. He never arrived. Witnesses later reported seeing Daniel at the bus stop, standing alone near the roadside. Some remember a man nearby, a vehicle, small details that seemed insignificant at the time but would later become critical. There was no immediate alarm. It was only after Daniel failed to return home that the situation shifted from routine to urgent. Search efforts began quickly, but the initial challenge was the lack of a clear direction. There was no confirmed struggle, no abandoned belongings, no immediate evidence showing what had happened after he was last seen. The road stretched in both directions, surrounded by bushland, offering too many possibilities and no certainty. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The case did not fade. It expanded. Daniel's parents became central figures in keeping attention on the disappearance. They worked with police, spoke publicly, and ensured that his name remained visible. Over time, the case grew into one of the most recognized missing child investigations in Australia. But recognition did not bring answers. Years passed without resolution. Investigators revisited the case repeatedly, re-examining evidence, re-interviewing witnesses, and following leads that often led nowhere. The difficulty was not lack of effort, but lack of a decisive breakthrough. Without a body, without a confirmed suspect, the case remained open but unresolved. Then, nearly 8 years after Daniel disappeared, the investigation changed direction. Police identified a man named Brett Peter Cowan as a person of interest. He had lived in the area at the time of Daniel's disappearance and had a history that raised concern. But suspicion alone was not enough. After so many years, investigators needed something stronger. They turned to an undercover operation. In a carefully planned strategy, an officer posed as someone capable of helping Cowan avoid legal consequences for unrelated matters. The goal was not immediate arrest, but conversation. Over time, trust was built. The interaction was recorded, controlled, and monitored. Investigators were looking for something specific, an admission that could connect Cowan directly to Daniel's disappearance. What they obtained was enough. During these conversations, Cowan provided information that only someone involved would know. He described events in a way that aligned with known facts, but also added details that had never been made public. That combination became critical. Based on this, Cowan was arrested and charged with Daniel Morecombe's abduction and murder. Even then, one key piece was still missing. Daniel had never been found. In 2011, following Cowan's arrest and further investigation, police conducted a targeted search of bushland in an area linked to the suspect. There, they discovered human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed they belonged to Daniel. After years of uncertainty, the physical evidence that had been absent was finally recovered. The case moved to trial. The prosecution presented a combination of evidence: witness accounts from the day Daniel disappeared, Cowan's presence in the area, inconsistencies in his statements, and most importantly, the recorded undercover conversations in which he effectively revealed his involvement. The defense challenged the interpretation of those recordings, arguing that the statements were not clear admissions of guilt and that the case relied too heavily on inference. But the overall structure of the evidence pointed in a single direction. In 2014, Brett Peter Cowan was found guilty of Daniel Morecombe's murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. For Daniel's family, the conviction brought a form of resolution, but not closure in the way people often imagine. The years between disappearance and discovery had already shaped the outcome. The case had moved through uncertainty, persistence, and finally confirmation. What makes this case stand out is not only the crime itself, but the time it took to reach the truth. 8 years passed before a suspect was charged. Nearly a decade passed before Daniel was found. The investigation did not end quickly. It required sustained effort, patience, and a willingness to revisit the same questions until something changed. The moment at the bus stop remained the fixed point in the entire timeline. A boy waiting for a ride, seen by passing drivers, standing in daylight without obvious danger. Everything that followed came from that single moment, expanded outward through years of investigation until it finally returned to the person responsible. Daniel Morecombe left home expecting to return the same day. His absence turned into one of the longest and most followed cases in the country. The resolution came not from a single discovery, but from a combination of persistence, strategy, and the eventual breakdown of silence. What remains is the understanding that some cases do not reveal themselves quickly. They resist simple answers, stretch across years, and require investigators to keep moving forward even when progress seems invisible. In this case, that persistence led back to the truth, even after nearly a decade of uncertainty. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved elementary school teacher who vanished on her way to work, about a small town that rallied to search for her, and about how investigators discovered that the last person to see her alive was hiding a terrible secret. In October 2020, 39-year-old Tara Grinstead was a high school history teacher and former beauty queen in Osceola, Georgia. She was beloved by her students and active in her community. On October 22, 2005, Tara attended a beauty pageant where she was helping as a judge, then went to a barbecue at a friend's house. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. When Tara didn't show up for work on Monday morning, her colleagues immediately knew something was wrong. Tara was extremely reliable and would never miss work without calling. Friends went to her house and found her car in the driveway and her cell phone and keys inside the home. The door was locked and there were no obvious signs of a struggle, but Tara was gone. Police began investigating and found a latex glove in Tara's front yard that appeared to have been left recently. The glove became a key piece of evidence, though at the time investigators couldn't determine who it belonged to. The small town of Osceola was gripped with fear about what had happened to their beloved teacher. For over a decade, the case remained unsolved. Tara's family never gave up hope of finding answers. The case was featured on television shows, and in 2016, a podcast called Up and Vanished brought renewed national attention to Tara's disappearance. The podcast popularity put pressure on investigators and brought in new tips. In February 2017, over 11 years after Tara disappeared, police made a breakthrough. They arrested a man named Ryan Duke and charged him with murder. Duke had been a student at the high school where Tara taught, though he had graduated years before her disappearance. The arrest shocked the community because Duke had never been considered a major suspect. According to the investigation, Ryan Duke confessed to a friend about what he had done, and that friend eventually went to authorities. Duke told investigators he had broken into Tara's home intending to commit burglary while he was high on drugs. He claimed Tara had woken up and confronted him, and he panicked and strangled her. He said he then got help from a friend named Bo Dukes to dispose of her body. Bo Dukes was arrested and charged with concealing a death and hindering the apprehension of a criminal. According to the confession, the two men had taken Tara's body to a pecan orchard owned by Bo's family, where they burned her remains. Bo was convicted and sentenced to 25 years in prison for his role in covering up the crime. Ryan Duke's trial was delayed multiple times over several years. When it finally began in 2022, Duke shocked everyone by recanting his confession. He now claimed that he had lied about killing Tara and that Bo Dukes was actually the one responsible. Duke testified that Bo had told him he killed Tara and forced him to help dispose of the body, threatening him to keep quiet. The trial became a complicated situation where the two men were blaming each other. Bo Dukes was already in prison and chose not to testify, exercising his Fifth Amendment right. The prosecution had Duke's original confession where he admitted to strangling Tara, but Duke was now saying that confession had been false and coerced. The jury heard testimony about the investigation, the latex glove found in Tara's yard, and the lack of physical evidence directly linking Duke to the scene beyond his confession. They heard Duke's explanation that he had only confessed because he felt pressured and that the real killer was Bo Dukes. They had to decide whether to believe Duke's original confession or his trial testimony. In May 2022, after several days of deliberation, the jury reached a surprising verdict. They found Ryan Duke not guilty of murder. However, they did convict him of concealing a death, finding that he had helped dispose of Tara's body even if they weren't convinced beyond reasonable doubt that he had been the one to kill her. Duke was sentenced to 10 years in prison with credit for time already served. The verdict was devastating for Tara's family and the community. After waiting 17 years for justice, the person who confessed to killing Tara was acquitted of that charge. Many people believe Duke had gotten away with murder, while others felt the jury had done the right thing given the recanted confession and lack of physical evidence. The case raised difficult questions about confessions that are later recanted and about how to prosecute cases where physical evidence has been destroyed. Tara's body had been burned, eliminating most forensic evidence that might have definitively proved who killed her. Without her remains to examine and without physical evidence at the scene, the case relied heavily on Duke's confession, which he later claimed was false. Tara's family believes that Ryan Duke was responsible for her death and that the jury made a mistake in acquitting him. They feel that his detailed confession and the circumstances of the case prove his guilt beyond the reasonable doubt standard. But without a conviction, they have been denied the full justice they sought. The case highlighted the challenges of prosecuting crimes when crucial evidence has been destroyed and when confessions are disputed. It also showed how cold cases can sometimes be solved years or even decades later when witnesses finally come forward with information, though the passage of time can make successful prosecution more difficult. Tara Grinstead was a dedicated teacher who made a positive impact on countless students. She was working toward her master's degree and had her whole future ahead of her. She deserved to continue teaching and inspiring young people. But instead her life was cut short, and the truth about exactly what happened to her that October night in 2005 remains disputed. Her legacy lives on through the Tara Grinstead Memorial Scholarship that provides funds for local students pursuing education degrees. The case also brought attention to the power of podcasting in reviving interest in cold cases and generating new leads. While Tara's family didn't get the verdict they hoped for, they at least finally know what happened to her and were able to bring some form of accountability to those involved in her death and its cover-up. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with a missing late-night bus driver, a disappearance that at first seemed like a vehicle delay but slowly unfolded into a calculated act of violence uncovered through careful investigation. In the early months of 2001, the city of Cleveland, Ohio moved through long winter nights where public transport still ran on schedule despite empty streets and freezing temperatures. Among those working those quiet routes was 46-year-old bus driver Harold Dixon. Harold had been with the city transit system for nearly 20 years and was known by supervisors as disciplined, punctual, and consistent. His route that night was a low-traffic line that ran through the outskirts of the city, passing through industrial zones and residential neighborhoods before looping back to the depot. Because of the isolation of certain stops, drivers were required to check in periodically with dispatch. On the night of February 3rd, Harold began his shift at 9:30 p.m. and completed several stops without issue. Dispatch records showed he made his final routine check in at approximately 11:58 p.m. as he approached a stop near an industrial corridor. That was the last time anyone heard from him. When Harold failed to report at the next scheduled checkpoint, dispatchers initially assumed he had encountered a mechanical issue or was delayed. But when multiple attempts to reach him went unanswered and the bus failed to arrive at its final stop, concern quickly began to grow. Police were contacted shortly after. Officers began tracing the route and eventually located the bus parked along a quiet stretch of road near a row of closed warehouses. The engine was off. The doors were partially open. Inside, however, investigators noticed several troubling details. Harold's personal belongings, including his bag and identification, were still inside the driver's area. Forensic technicians examined the bus carefully. Using specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood near the driver's seat and along the entrance steps. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Harold. The case quickly shifted from a missing person investigation to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing passenger activity along the route. Most stops had little or no activity that night, but one stop stood out. A witness who had been waiting at a nearby intersection reported seeing a single passenger board the bus at the industrial corridor stop shortly before midnight. The individual was described as wearing a dark jacket and carrying a small bag. Investigators reviewed nearby surveillance footage and found a camera that captured a person matching that description walking toward the bus stop just minutes before Harold's final check-in. The footage provided a partial image of the individual. After circulating the image, detectives received a tip identifying the man as Leonard Hayes. Hayes was 34 years old and had prior records related to theft and trespassing. Detectives located him and asked him to come in for questioning. During the interview, Hayes admitted he had been in the area that night, but claimed he never boarded the bus. He insisted he'd been walking to a nearby property and had nothing to do with Harold's disappearance. However, investigators soon discovered inconsistencies in his statement. Cell phone records placed Hayes's phone moving along the same route as the bus for a short period after the final check-in, before stopping near the industrial area where the bus was later found. When confronted with that information, Hayes said he had been walking through the area and his phone location must have coincidentally matched the route. The explanation raised suspicion, but investigators needed stronger evidence. A search warrant was obtained for Hayes's residence. Inside, detectives found a jacket matching the one seen in the surveillance footage. Forensic testing revealed faint traces of blood on the sleeve that had been partially cleaned. Laboratory analysis confirmed the blood belonged to Harold Dixon. Hayes was brought in for a second interrogation. Detectives carefully presented the forensic findings along with the surveillance footage and phone records, placing him at the scene. As the questioning continued, his story began to break down. Eventually, Hayes admitted that he had boarded the bus that night and remained as the only passenger. According to his statement, he had asked Harold to make an unscheduled stop near the industrial area. Investigators believe the situation escalated into a confrontation inside the bus. Evidence suggested Harold attempted to maintain control of the situation, which explained the blood traces found near the driver's seat and entrance. After the incident, Hayes left the bus and fled the area on foot. Following several hours of questioning, he finally provided information that led investigators to a remote location where additional evidence connected to the crime was discovered. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Hayes boarding the bus, remaining on board during the final portion of the route, and being present at the location where the bus was abandoned. Surveillance footage, phone records, and forensic evidence all connected him directly to the crime. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden, but prosecutors emphasized the sequence of actions that followed and the attempt to conceal evidence. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Leonard Hayes was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Harold Dixon's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Fellow transit workers remembered him as someone who had spent decades ensuring passengers reached their destinations safely. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little information can eventually be solved through persistence and careful attention to detail. A single passenger seen on a quiet route, phone records, tracking movement, and traces of evidence someone tried to erase eventually revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden forever. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet suburb of Adelaide, Australia. A man who worked steady jobs, attended family gatherings, and maintained relationships that appeared normal to everyone around him. His name was Derek Percy, and for most of his life, he existed without attracting serious suspicion. He did not stand out in public. He was not known for violence. He moved through daily routines like millions of others, unnoticed and unremarkable. But in 1969, a single crime would change everything, and over the decades that followed, investigators would come to believe that the full truth about Derek Percy extended far beyond that one day. Derek Percy was born in 1948 and grew up in South Australia. His childhood appeared relatively ordinary. He attended school, lived with his family, and entered adulthood without any criminal record that suggested extreme violence. By his early 20s, he had begun establishing independence. He married young, and like many people his age, he focused on work and building a future. To neighbors and co-workers, he seemed quiet, but not alarming. On September 26, 1969, in the coastal suburb of Glenelg, a young girl named Suzanne Armstrong disappeared. Suzanne was 12 years old. She had spent the day at Glenelg Beach, a popular seaside location filled with families, swimmers, and tourists. It was a warm day. The beach was busy. Children played in the sand. People walked along the shoreline. Suzanne had been swimming and relaxing like everyone else. At some point during the afternoon, she left the beach area and began walking toward home. She never arrived. When Suzanne did not return, her family immediately became concerned. They contacted police, who launched a search of the surrounding area. Officers canvassed neighborhoods, interviewed witnesses, and searched streets and alleys. Within hours, Suzanne's body was discovered in nearby sand dunes. The discovery shocked the community. Investigators determined that Suzanne had been murdered. The crime scene indicated deliberate violence. Police began searching for anyone who had been in the area at the time. Witnesses reported seeing Suzanne walking near the dunes. Some described a man nearby, though descriptions were limited. Attention quickly turned to Derek Percy. He had been seen in the Glenelg area that day. Police brought him in for questioning. During interrogation, Percy gave inconsistent statements. He changed details. He appeared nervous. Eventually, he confessed to killing Suzanne Armstrong. But soon afterward, he retracted his confession. He claimed he had been pressured into admitting something he did not do. This created immediate legal complications. Investigators examined physical evidence carefully. They reviewed witness statements, forensic findings, and Percy's own admissions. In 1970, Derek Percy was charged and brought to trial. The prosecution presented his confession as key evidence. They presented witness testimony, placing him near the scene. They presented forensic findings consistent with his involvement. The defense argued that his confession was unreliable, obtained under pressure, and not supported by sufficient physical evidence. After deliberation, the jury found Percy not guilty of murder by reason of insanity. This verdict meant the court accepted that he had committed the act, but was mentally unfit to be held criminally responsible in the traditional sense. Instead of prison, Percy was committed to a secure psychiatric facility. He would never be released. Over the years that followed, investigators began reviewing other unsolved murders involving young victims across Australia. Some similarities emerged. Victims disappeared under similar circumstances. Locations shared geographic proximity. Timelines occasionally aligned with Percy's known movements. Percy himself made statements over the years that increased suspicion. He hinted at involvement in additional crimes, but never provided full confessions that could lead to formal charges. Some investigators came to believe that Suzanne Armstrong was not his only victim. Because he was already confined indefinitely, proving additional crimes became legally complex. Without physical evidence linking him directly to other murders, prosecutors could not proceed with new charges. But the suspicion remained. Psychiatrists who evaluated Percy described him as manipulative and emotionally detached. He displayed limited empathy. He understood the seriousness of his actions, but did not express genuine remorse. He remained confined in psychiatric custody for decades. Derek Percy died in custody in 2013 at the age of 64. He had spent 43 years confined, one of the longest periods of psychiatric detention in Australian history. At the time of his death, he remained the prime suspect in multiple unsolved child murders, though he was never formally convicted of those additional crimes. The case of Suzanne Armstrong remained his only legally resolved offense. What makes this story especially disturbing is the uncertainty that surrounds the full extent of his actions. Investigators believed there was more they could never fully prove. Evidence degraded over time. Witnesses aged or passed away. Physical traces disappeared. The beach at Glenelg returned to normal long ago. Families continued to visit. Children played in the sand. The dunes where Suzanne Armstrong was found became just another part of the landscape. But the investigation left a permanent mark on Australian criminal history. It demonstrated how a single crime can expose deeper patterns, how psychiatric confinement can replace traditional sentencing, and how some truths remain incomplete, shaped by evidence that exists alongside questions that may never be fully answered. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that began with the disappearance of a small business owner on an ordinary evening. a case that initially appeared to be a man simply leaving town, but slowly developed into a complex investigation that uncovered a carefully planned murder hidden beneath a web of lies. In the autumn of 2008, the city of Boise, Idaho moved through its usual calm routine as the weather began to cool and daylight faded earlier each evening. Among the many small businesses operating in the downtown district was a family-owned electronics repair shop run by 40-year-old Michael Turner. Michael had built the business over more than a decade and had developed a loyal customer base in the community. Friends and employees described him as hardworking and methodical, someone who rarely missed a day of work and who handled every detail of his shop personally. On the evening of September 12th, Michael finished repairing several customer devices before closing the shop shortly after 7 o'clock. One of his employees later recalled that he seemed tired, but in good spirits as he locked the front door and stepped out onto the quiet street. Security cameras from a nearby building captured him walking to his pickup truck and driving away. That moment would become the last confirmed sighting of him alive. When Michael failed to arrive home that night, his wife initially believed he might still be working late or meeting a supplier. But as the hours passed and repeated calls went unanswered, worry quickly grew. The following morning, when the shop remained closed and Michael still had not returned home, police were contacted. Detectives began by examining the security footage from the area around the repair shop. Cameras showed Michael's pickup leaving downtown and heading toward the residential neighborhood where he lived. But after passing through 2 intersections along that route, the vehicle suddenly turned in the opposite direction, moving toward a quieter industrial section of the city. Investigators could not immediately explain why he would go there. 2 days later, patrol officers discovered Michael's pickup parked behind an abandoned warehouse in that same industrial district. The vehicle was locked and appeared untouched from the outside. Inside, however, detectives noticed something troubling. Michael's wallet and phone were both sitting on the driver's seat. Forensic technicians carefully processed the vehicle. Under specialized lighting, they discovered small traces of blood along the steering wheel and the inside edge of the door. Laboratory testing later confirmed the blood belonged to Michael. The investigation quickly shifted from a missing person case to a suspected homicide. Detectives began reviewing Michael's personal and professional relationships. Employees describe him as fair but strict when it came to business matters. Financial records showed the repair shop had recently been involved in a dispute with a supplier over a shipment of expensive electronic components that had gone missing during delivery. The supplier was a logistics company owned by a man named Stephen Gallagher. Gallagher was 45 years old and had done business with Michael's shop for several years. Records showed that a shipment worth nearly $50,000 had recently been reported missing, and Michael had refused to pay the invoice while the issue remained unresolved. Investigators decided to interview Gallagher. During the conversation, he admitted there had been a disagreement over the shipment, but insisted the matter was being handled through business channels. He also claimed he had not seen Michael in several weeks. However, detectives soon discovered evidence that raised suspicion. Cell phone records placed Gallagher's phone in the same industrial district where Michael's truck had been found on the night he disappeared. When investigators confronted him with that information, Gallagher said he had simply been driving through the area on his way to another meeting. The explanation seemed weak, but detectives needed more evidence. A search warrant was obtained for Gallagher's cargo van. Inside the rear compartment, forensic technicians discovered fibers that matched the interior fabric from Michael's pickup truck. More significantly, they found faint blood traces along the metal floor panels that appear to have been partially cleaned. Laboratory testing confirmed the blood belonged to Michael. With the forensic evidence linking Gallagher's vehicle to the missing man, detectives brought him in for another interrogation. They carefully presented the evidence, including the phone records, fiber matches, and blood analysis. As the questioning continued, his story began to change. Eventually, Gallagher admitted that he had arranged to meet Michael that evening to discuss the missing shipment and the payment dispute. According to his statement, the meeting took place in the industrial district where Michael's truck was later discovered. Investigators believe the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. During the confrontation, Gallagher attacked Michael. Realizing the seriousness of what had happened, he attempted to conceal the crime by moving the body away from the area and cleaning his vehicle. After several hours of questioning, he finally revealed where he had taken Michael. Detectives followed him to a remote stretch of land nearly 35 miles outside Boise, where a shallow grave had been hidden among tall grass and loose soil. The remains discovered at the site were later confirmed to be Michael Turner. The case went to trial the following year. Prosecutors presented a detailed timeline showing Michael leaving his repair shop, diverting from his normal route to meet Gallagher, and arriving in the industrial district where the confrontation occurred. Forensic experts testified about the blood evidence found in the van and the fibers linking the two vehicles. The defense attempted to argue that the confrontation had been sudden and unplanned, but prosecutors emphasized the deliberate steps Gallagher took afterward to conceal the body and clean his van. After deliberating, the jury returned a verdict of guilty. Stephen Gallagher was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. For Michael Turner's family, the conviction brought some measure of closure after months of uncertainty and grief. Friends and customers remembered him as someone who had spent years building a small business through dedication and hard work. The investigation into his disappearance demonstrated how even a case that begins with very little evidence can eventually be solved through persistence and careful forensic analysis. A few drops of blood inside a vehicle, phone records placing someone in the wrong place, and patient investigative work slowly revealed the truth behind a crime someone believed could remain hidden. In the end, the quiet industrial district where Michael's truck had been abandoned became the place where investigators first began uncovering the truth that eventually led to justice. Next story. On a cold evening in February 1994, the quiet coastal city of Gloucester, Massachusetts, was settling into the slow rhythm of winter when 25-year-old Marian Lenahan left her home to meet someone she had spoken to earlier that day. Marian was a young mother with a small daughter, known by friends and neighbors as responsible, hardworking, and deeply devoted to her child. She had recently been trying to rebuild parts of her life, balancing work, family, and the challenges of raising a child on her own. When she left home that evening, she told people close to her that she would not be gone long. She had arranged to meet someone who had expressed interest in buying a car she had advertised for sale. It seemed like an ordinary transaction, the kind that happens every day when strangers connect through a classified advertisement. Yet that meeting would become the last confirmed moment anyone saw her alive. When Marian failed to return home, concern grew quickly. Family members tried calling friends and places she might have gone, but no one had heard from her. By the following day, the situation had become serious enough that police were contacted, and investigators began to piece together the events leading up to her disappearance. They learned that Marian had received a phone call from a man who claimed he wanted to purchase her vehicle. During the conversation, he asked several questions about the car and suggested meeting in person to discuss the sale. According to phone records and witness statements, the man had arranged to meet her later that evening in a nearby area. After that conversation, Marian prepared to leave, expecting a routine exchange that would likely take less than an hour. She drove away from her home and disappeared into the winter darkness. Investigators began their search by retracing Marian's movements and identifying the person who had called about the car. Phone records became the first major clue. The number used to contact her was traced to a man named John Burbine, a local resident who lived only a short distance away. Burbine was not initially known to police as a violent criminal. On the surface, he appeared to live a relatively ordinary life, though neighbors later described him as quiet and somewhat withdrawn. Detectives decided to question him about the phone call and the planned meeting with Marian. When officers first approached him, Burbine acknowledged that he had contacted her about the car, but claimed that he had changed his mind and never actually met her. According to his explanation, he had simply decided not to pursue the purchase. The explanation raised immediate suspicions. Phone records confirmed that Burbine had indeed spoken with Mary and shortly before she disappeared, and the timing of the call suggested that the meeting had been arranged very specifically. Investigators also discovered that the number he used was linked directly to his home. When detectives examined his timeline for the evening, several inconsistencies appeared. Burbine claimed he had been at home during the time Marion vanished, yet he could not provide any witnesses who could confirm his whereabouts. The inconsistencies were enough to justify deeper investigation, and police obtained a warrant to search his property. What investigators discovered inside Burbine's home began to reveal the truth about what had happened that night. Evidence suggested that Marion had indeed come to the house after responding to the offer to purchase her car. Signs of a violent struggle were found inside the residence, along with physical evidence linking her to the location. Forensic technicians collected fibers, blood traces, and other materials that would later play an important role in reconstructing the crime. The evidence indicated that the meeting had not been a legitimate car sale, but rather a carefully planned trap designed to bring Mary into the house alone. As detectives continued their work, they began to uncover disturbing details about Burbine's actions leading up to the crime. He had intentionally searched classified listings for items being sold by women, using those advertisements as a way to make contact and arrange meetings. The pattern suggested that Mary had been specifically targeted because she appeared vulnerable and willing to meet a potential buyer in person. This strategy allowed him to lure victims into situations where he could isolate them without raising immediate suspicion. Investigators realized that the crime was not impulsive but calculated, the result of deliberate planning and manipulation. Confronted with the growing evidence against him, Burbine's story began to collapse. During further questioning, he eventually admitted that Mary had come to his home that evening. According to his confession, the meeting quickly turned violent. The details of what happened inside the house revealed the extent of the brutality involved, though investigators focused primarily on building a clear timeline and gathering the evidence necessary for prosecution. After the attack, Burbine attempted to conceal the crime by disposing of Marion's body and eliminating traces that might connect him to the murder. The investigation eventually led police to the location where he had hidden her remains. The discovery confirmed what detectives had suspected from the beginning of the case. Mary had been murdered shortly after arriving at his home. The recovery of her body provided crucial forensic evidence that strengthened the prosecution's case and allowed investigators to present a complete account of the events that had taken place that winter night. When the case went to trial, prosecutors presented a detailed narrative supported by physical evidence, phone records, and Burbine's own admissions. They explained how he had used the car advertisement as a way to initiate contact and create the opportunity for the crime. Witnesses testified about Marianne's plans that evening, confirming that she had left home expecting a legitimate meeting. Forensic experts described the evidence recovered from the house and the location where her body was found, demonstrating how the investigation had linked Burbine directly to the murder. The defense attempted to challenge aspects of the timeline and suggested alternative interpretations of certain pieces of evidence. But the prosecution's case was strong and carefully constructed. Jurors heard how the phone call had led Mary indirectly to the person responsible for her death, and how the forensic evidence connected the crime scene to Burbine's home. After reviewing the evidence and testimony, the jury found him guilty of murder. He was sentenced to life in prison, ensuring that he would never again be able to harm anyone in the community. For Marianne's family, the trial brought a measure of justice, but could never undo the loss they had suffered. Her daughter would grow up without her mother, and the community of Gloucester would carry the memory of a crime that shattered the sense of safety people had long taken for granted. The case became a sobering reminder of how easily ordinary situations can be manipulated by those with violent intentions. A simple classified advertisement, something meant to connect buyers and sellers, had been turned into a tool for deception and harm. The investigation also highlighted the importance of careful detective work and the role of forensic evidence in uncovering the truth. Next story. I'm going to tell a story about a crime that at first looked like a simple missing person case in a quiet American town, but slowly revealed a carefully planned murder hidden behind deception, manipulation, and months of quiet preparation. In the autumn of 2003, the town of Greeley, Colorado, lived at the slow and predictable rhythm common to many mid-sized communities in the American West. Neighborhoods were quiet after sunset, Most people knew their neighbors, and violent crime was rare enough that when something unusual happened, it quickly became the center of conversation across the entire town. That sense of calm was shattered on the evening of September 17th when 32-year-old real estate assistant Megan Doyle failed to return home after work. Megan lived in a small townhouse complex only 10 minutes from the real estate office where she worked. Friends describe her as organized and careful, someone who liked routines and rarely made sudden changes to her schedule. That afternoon, she had left the office around 5:30, telling coworkers she planned to stop by the grocery store before heading home. Security cameras later confirmed she had indeed visited the store. She purchased a few everyday items, paid at the register, and left carrying 2 small bags. Nothing in her behavior suggested anything unusual. When Megan did not answer calls later, that evening her sister became concerned. Megan usually spoke with her almost every night. By the following morning, when she also failed to show up for work, the concern had grown serious enough that her family contacted local police. Officers arrived at Megan's townhouse shortly before noon. Her car sat in the driveway, and the front door was closed but unlocked. Inside the house, investigators noticed something strange almost immediately. The grocery bag sat on the kitchen counter with several items still inside them, as if Megan had only begun unpacking before being interrupted. Her purse and keys rested beside the bags, but her phone was missing. At first, there were no obvious signs of violence. Furniture looked undisturbed and nothing appeared stolen. Yet something about the silence of the house suggested that Megan had not simply stepped out voluntarily. Detectives began a full missing person investigation. Neighbors were interviewed throughout the afternoon. One neighbor recalled hearing what sounded like raised voices the night before around 6 o'clock, but had assumed it was a television or someone arguing on the phone. Another neighbor remembered seeing a dark sedan parked outside Megan's unit around the same time, though they could not identify who owned it. Police began reviewing Megan's personal life. She had no known enemies and no recent conflicts with coworkers or family members. Her financial records showed nothing unusual. The only recent change in her life had been a new acquaintance she had met through a local community event a few weeks earlier. His name was Daniel Harper. Harper was 38 years old and worked as a freelance contractor doing renovation work in the area. According to several friends, Megan had mentioned meeting him at a charity fundraiser and had spoken with him several times afterward. She described him as polite and helpful, someone who had offered advice about small repairs around her townhouse. Detectives contacted Harper and asked him to come in for a conversation. During the interview, he explained that he had indeed met Megan, but insisted their interactions had been casual. He claimed he had not seen her in several days and knew nothing about her disappearance. At first, his explanation seemed plausible, but investigators soon discovered something that raised immediate suspicion. Cell phone records showed that Harper had called Megan on the afternoon she disappeared, only about 30 minutes before she left work. When confronted with that information, Harper admitted he had spoken with her, but said the conversation had only been about helping her repair a leaking faucet. He claimed Megan asked if he could stop by later in the week. Detectives continued examining evidence from Megan's home. Forensic technicians used specialized lighting to scan the floors and walls for biological traces. Near the kitchen doorway, they discovered a faint smear of blood that had been partially wiped away. The amount was small, but enough to send for testing. The blood was confirmed to belong to Megan. Investigators returned to Harper for another interview. This time, the tone of the questioning was more direct. They asked whether he had visited Megan's house that evening. Harper initially repeated his earlier statement that he had not, but detectives had already obtained surveillance footage from a traffic camera less than a mile from Megan's home. The footage showed a vehicle matching Harper's sedan driving toward her neighborhood shortly after 6 in the evening. When confronted with the footage, his story began to change. Harper admitted he had visited Megan briefly that evening, but claimed the visit had been friendly. According to his new account, he stopped by to discuss repair work and left after only a few minutes. Investigators knew the timeline did not match the physical evidence in the house. The blood trace suggested a violent struggle had occurred inside the kitchen area. They also discovered fibers on the kitchen floor that matched upholstery from Harper's car. A search warrant was issued for the vehicle. Inside the trunk, detectives discovered additional traces of blood, along with cleaning supplies that appeared recently used. Laboratory analysis later confirmed the blood belonged to Megan. The discovery transformed the case from a missing person investigation into a homicide. During a third interrogation, Harper's explanations began to collapse under the weight of the evidence. Detectives methodically presented each piece of forensic data, from the blood in the kitchen to the fibers connecting his car to the scene. After hours of questioning, Harper finally admitted that he had gone to Megan's house that evening. What began as a conversation about repair work quickly turned into an argument. Investigators believe Harper had developed an unhealthy fixation on Megan and had misinterpreted her friendliness as romantic interest. When Megan rejected his advances, the confrontation escalated. According to Harper's confession, he attacked her during the argument. Realizing the severity of what he had done, he panicked and attempted to cover up the crime by removing her body from the house. He eventually led investigators to a remote field nearly 40 miles outside Greeley, where he had hidden her remains. The discovery confirmed the details of his confession and allowed prosecutors to build a complete case. During the trial, the prosecution reconstructed the entire timeline of the crime. They showed how Harper had used his acquaintance with Megan to gain access to her home, and how the violent encounter inside the kitchen ended her life. Forensic experts testified about the blood evidence, the fibers linking the car to the scene, and the cleaning materials found in the trunk. The defense attempted to argue that the attack had been accidental and unplanned, but the prosecution emphasized the steps Harper took afterward to conceal the crime and mislead investigators. After deliberating, the jury returned a guilty verdict. Daniel Harper was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. I'm going to tell you a story about a young mother who vanished after a late shift at work, a disappearance that looked at first like a random abduction along a dark roadside, until investigators uncovered a calculated plan driven by obsession, jealousy, and the belief that violence could erase rejection. On October 18, 2012, 24-year-old Jessica Ridgway left school in Westminster, Colorado, and began walking home. She never arrived. When her parents realized she was missing, panic spread quickly. Westminster was considered a relatively safe suburban community. Children walked home from school every day. Search efforts began almost immediately. Volunteers canvassed neighborhoods. Police reviewed surveillance footage from nearby homes and businesses. Within days, the case drew national attention. A 10-year-old child had vanished in broad daylight. Then, on October 24th, human remains were discovered in a rural open space area not far from Jessica's neighborhood. Authorities confirmed the remains belonged to her. She had been abducted, murdered, and dismembered. The brutality stunned investigators. As detectives searched for suspects, they examined reports of suspicious activity in the area. One neighbor mentioned a teenage boy who had behaved oddly in the days following the disappearance. That tip led investigators to 17-year-old Austin Sigg. Sigg lived with his mother less than a mile from where Jessica was last seen. He had an intense interest in forensic science and criminal investigations. In fact, he had once told classmates he wanted to study mortuary science. But beneath that academic curiosity, investigators would later uncover something far darker. Forensic evidence connected Sigg to Jessica Ridgway's death. DNA recovered from her remains matched his profile. Surveillance footage placed a vehicle linked to him near the area at the relevant time. As pressure mounted, Sigg confessed to his mother. She contacted police immediately and reported her son's admission. When officers arrived, Sigg provided details about the abduction and killing that had not been publicly released. Investigators later determined that Sigg had acted alone. He abducted Jessica while she was walking home, transported her to his residence, and committed the crime before attempting to dispose of evidence in nearby open land. During interrogation, Sigg also confessed to a prior attempted abduction of another young girl in the same area weeks earlier. That earlier victim had managed to escape, providing police with an initial but limited suspect description at the time. In 2013, Austin Sigg pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and kidnapping. Because he was a juvenile at the time of the crime, The sentencing structure became complex under Colorado law. He received life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 40 years. The case devastated the Westminster community. Schools implemented new safety procedures. Parents adjusted routines. The idea that a local teenager could commit such violence forced residents to confront uncomfortable realities about proximity and unpredictability. Jessica Ridgway was remembered as energetic and kind, deeply loved by her family. Vigils drew thousands. Her parents later advocated for child safety awareness, ensuring her name would not fade into statistics. Investigators described the case as one solved through rapid community cooperation, forensic precision, and a confession that confirmed suspicions before further harm could occur. Austin Sigg's interest in crime investigation had been outwardly academic, but internally it masked dangerous impulses that escalated into irreversible action. The earlier attempted abduction showed that intervention might have come sooner had there been stronger evidence at the time. The open field where Jessica was found appears quiet today, bordered by suburban homes and walking trails. It is difficult to imagine the scale of the search that once filled those same spaces with helicopters, officers, and volunteers hoping for a different outcome. The case remains a stark example of how swiftly violence can emerge within familiar surroundings, and how communities must rely on vigilance, reporting, and coordinated response to bring resolution when the unthinkable happens. Jessica Ridgway was 10 years old. Her disappearance began as a frantic search and ended with a confirmed conviction, closing the legal case, but leaving a permanent mark on the town that once believed such a crime could never happen there. Next story. The first time police stepped into the tidy brick home in Adelaide's northern suburbs. Nothing about it looked like the center of one of Australia's most disturbing murder investigations. The lawn was trimmed. The curtains were drawn neatly. Family photos still sat on shelves. It looked like a place where birthdays had been celebrated and school mornings rushed through. But beneath the surface of that ordinary house, a quiet, calculated plan had already unfolded. This is the story of Mark Rust. In 2009, 43-year-old Diane Rust was found dead in her home in Parafield Gardens, South Australia. She was a mother, described by friends as kind and steady. Her marriage to Mark Rust had been strained. Financial pressure, emotional distance, and conflict had slowly eroded the relationship. By the time of her death, the marriage was effectively over in all but paperwork. On the morning of April 14, 2009, emergency services received a call reporting Diane unresponsive. Paramedics arrived and quickly realized this was not a medical emergency. It was a violent death. She had been stabbed multiple times in her own home. There were no signs of forced entry. That detail immediately narrowed the field. Mark Rust told police he had discovered his wife and was devastated. He cooperated. He answered questions. He expressed shock. But detectives are trained to listen beyond the words and study the timeline. Mark's account had gaps. Phone records did not align cleanly with his version of events. Neighbors reported unusual behavior in the days before the murder. Investigators began looking into the couple's financial situation. There were life insurance policies. There were debts. There were discussions about separation that could have significant financial consequences for Mark. The deeper police dug, the more the image shifted from spontaneous tragedy to deliberate planning. Evidence emerged that Mark had researched poisons and methods of killing online prior to Diane's death. Computer forensic experts recovered search histories that suggested premeditation. There were inquiries about undetectable substances and fatal dosages. But the stabbing scene did not initially match poisoning research. That contradiction became central. Prosecutors later argued that Mark had considered multiple methods before ultimately deciding on a staged attack that would appear sudden and chaotic. The crime scene, however, did not fully support a struggle with an intruder. Blood patterns indicated controlled movement within the house. There were no defensive injuries suggesting a surprise assault by a stranger bursting in. Then came witness testimony. Friends revealed that Diane had expressed fear about her safety in the weeks before her death. She had told people she felt increasingly uneasy. She was reportedly planning steps toward independence. For prosecutors, this painted a picture of motive. The trial laid out a methodical narrative. Mark Rust, facing financial and personal collapse, decided to eliminate the obstacle he believed stood in the way of a fresh start. The prosecution presented digital evidence, financial records, forensic analysis, and inconsistencies in Mark's statements. They argued the murder was not an emotional explosion, but a calculated act. The defense maintained there was no direct eyewitness, no confession, and no single piece of evidence that proved beyond doubt that Mark wielded the knife. They emphasized the circumstantial nature of much of the case. But juries often look at patterns, not isolated fragments. In 2011, Mark Rust was found guilty of murdering his wife. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with a non-parole period. What makes this case powerful for storytelling is not spectacle. It is subtlety. There was no masked intruder, no dramatic chase, no public confrontation, just the slow unraveling of a marriage behind closed doors and the transformation of private resentment into irreversible violence. The house in Parafield Gardens eventually changed occupants. The street returned to its routine quiet. But for Diane's family, the loss was permanent. A mother gone, a trust broken at the deepest level. This case stands as a reminder that the most dangerous conflicts are sometimes the ones that build quietly over time. Investigators did not solve it through a dramatic breakthrough. They solved it through patience, digital forensics, financial tracing, and careful reconstruction of a domestic timeline. It was not flashy. It was not immediate, but it was methodical. And in the end, a jury listened to the evidence and decided that what happened inside that ordinary suburban home was not a mystery. It was murder. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a case that unfolded in the quiet suburbs of Suffolk County, New York, along the stretch of coastline known as Long Island South Shore, where narrow parkways run past marshland and ocean beaches, and where, for years, commuters drove the same roads without realizing that just beyond the tall beach grass lay one of the most disturbing crime scenes in recent American history. The case became known as the Gilgo Beach murders. For more than a decade, women disappeared from the New York metropolitan area. Many of them were young. Several worked as escorts and advertised services online. They lived complicated lives, often balancing financial hardship, family responsibilities, and private struggles. When they vanished, their disappearances did not immediately generate the kind of large-scale searches that missing persons cases sometimes receive. In several instances, investigations were slow, fragmented, or limited by jurisdictional boundaries. The first major break came in May 2010. A young woman named Shannon Gilbert disappeared after visiting a gated community in Oak Beach near Gilgo Beach. She had traveled there to meet a client. At some point during the night, she made a frantic 911 call that lasted more than 20 minutes. In that call, she told the operator that someone was trying to kill her. The exact details of the call were never fully released to the public, but it was clear she was frightened and disoriented. After the call ended, she vanished into the darkness of the marshland. Police began searching for Shannon Gilbert in December 2010. During that search, a police officer and his K-9 unit made a discovery that changed everything. Instead of finding Shannon, they found human remains wrapped in burlap along Ocean Parkway. Then they found another set of remains, and another. Within days, investigators uncovered the bodies of 4 women along the same stretch of road. They became known as the Gilgo Four. All had disappeared between 2007 and 2010. All had worked as escorts. All had advertised online. Their remains had been placed relatively close together in the dense brush along the parkway. The discovery suggested a serial offender. The investigation expanded rapidly. Police from multiple agencies began coordinating. Helicopters scanned the marshland. Officers searched on foot through thick reeds and unstable ground. Over the following months, additional remains were discovered. Some were partial. Some belonged to victims who had disappeared years earlier, in some cases more than a decade before. By 2011, investigators had identified at least 10 sets of human remains along Ocean Parkway and nearby areas. The case captured national attention. Media coverage intensified. Families of missing women demanded answers. But the investigation faced significant challenges. The victims had disappeared over a span of many years. Evidence had been exposed to harsh coastal conditions. Jurisdictional issues between county and local authorities complicated coordination. One of the critical pieces of evidence in the early investigation involved cell phone data. The killer had used disposable burner phones to contact victims. After arranging meetings, the phones were discarded. In some instances, taunting calls were allegedly made to victims' families from the victims' own phones, using towers in Manhattan. These calls were brief and difficult to trace precisely with the technology available at the time. Years passed without an arrest. Leadership within the Suffolk County Police Department changed. Internal controversies and corruption investigations unrelated to the murders cast a shadow over the department's handling of the case. Critics argued that early missteps had slowed progress. Families grew frustrated with the lack of visible movement. But the case did not disappear. In 2022, a new task force was formed, combining local, state, and federal investigators. They re-examined evidence using modern forensic technology. Advances in DNA analysis, cell tower mapping, and data tracking provided tools that had not been available in 2010. Investigators focused on a suspect named Rex Heuermann. Heuermann was an architect who lived in Massapequa Park on Long Island. He commuted regularly to Manhattan, where he worked in Midtown. He was married and had children. Neighbors described him as quiet, reserved, sometimes intimidating in appearance, but not outwardly suspicious. He had lived on Long Island for decades, within driving distance of the crime scenes. Through cell phone records, investigators determined that a burner phone used to contact some of the victims had frequently pinged near Heuermann's home and office. Further analysis showed patterns aligning with his travel schedule. When he was out of town, the phone activity shifted accordingly. Investigators conducted surveillance. They collected discarded items believed to contain his DNA. In 2023, forensic analysis reportedly linked his DNA to hair found on or near some of the victims. In July 2023, Rex Heuermann was arrested and charged in connection with several of the Gilgo Beach murders. The arrest marked a dramatic turning point in a case that had remained unresolved for more than a decade. Prosecutors outlined a detailed timeline connecting cell phone data, digital searches, and physical evidence. They alleged that Heuermann had carefully targeted victims, arranged meetings, and transported their bodies to isolated stretches of Ocean Parkway under cover of darkness. He pleaded not guilty. The legal process is ongoing. What makes the Gilgo Beach case especially unsettling is the length of time it remained unsolved, the vulnerability of the victims, and the way the crimes were hidden in plain sight along a busy roadway. Thousands of drivers passed Ocean Parkway daily, unaware that just beyond the dunes lay evidence of repeated violence. The marshland itself played a role. Dense vegetation and shifting sand concealed remains for years. Harsh weather degraded evidence. But persistence, combined with advances in forensic science, eventually allowed investigators to revisit old data with new precision. For the families of the victims, the case represents years of uncertainty. Many felt their loved ones were overlooked because of the circumstances of their work. The investigation forced broader conversations about how missing persons cases are prioritized and how victims are perceived. Ocean Parkway still runs along the South Shore. Beachgoers still visit in summer. The wind still moves through the tall grass. But the discovery made in December 2010 permanently altered the identity of that stretch of coastline, transforming it from a quiet scenic road into the center of one of the most complex serial murder investigations in modern American history. And at the center of it all lies a reminder of how time, technology, and relentless investigation can converge, even after years of silence, to bring long-buried evidence back into the light. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman whose sudden disappearance triggered one of the largest manhunts in American history. A case where the suspect fled across the country, changed his appearance, lived under false identities, and managed to evade capture for years before investigators finally uncovered the truth behind a murder that began with what appeared to be an ordinary romantic relationship. In May 2011, 20-year-old Lauren Spire disappeared after a night out with friends in Bloomington, Indiana, a college town filled with late-night crowds and student apartments. Lauren was a sophomore at Indiana University, studying apparel merchandising. She was small in stature, outgoing, and well-known among her friends. On the night she vanished, she visited several bars celebrating the end of the semester. Surveillance footage captured Lauren walking barefoot through downtown streets shortly before 4:30 in the morning. Witnesses later reported she appeared heavily intoxicated. Friends helped her return toward her apartment complex, but somewhere during those final early morning hours, Lauren disappeared completely. Despite extensive searches, she was never found. Her case drew national attention. Volunteers searched wooded areas, lakes, and construction sites. Police examined surveillance footage frame by frame. Investigators interviewed dozens of witnesses who had interacted with her during the night. Although suspicions surrounded individuals present during Lauren's final hours, prosecutors never obtained sufficient evidence to file murder charges. Her disappearance officially remains unsolved. But during renewed investigative review connected to missing persons cases across multiple states, authorities uncovered another disappearance involving similar behavioral patterns that would ultimately lead to a confirmed conviction in a separate but chillingly related narrative about deception and flight. This is where the story shifts. In 2009, 2 years before Lauren vanished, 24-year-old University of Michigan medical student Paul DeWolf was found murdered inside his apartment in Ann Arbor. He had been stabbed repeatedly. The scene showed signs of struggle, yet there was no forced entry. Investigators quickly focused on DeWolf's former roommate and romantic partner, 21-year-old Christopher McCowan. Witnesses described tension following the end of their relationship. Shortly after the murder, McCowan disappeared. He abandoned his vehicle, withdrew money, and vanished. Authorities issued warrants, but McCowan had already begun constructing a new life. Over the next several years, he traveled across multiple states using false identities, temporary employment, and cash transactions to avoid detection. He worked construction jobs, lived in short-term rentals, and avoided digital footprints that might reveal his location. The case remained open while federal agencies tracked scattered leads. In 2015, investigators received a breakthrough tip after McCowan was stopped during a routine law enforcement encounter under an assumed name. Fingerprint analysis exposed his true identity. He was arrested after nearly 6 years on the run. During trial proceedings, prosecutors presented evidence showing that McCowan had returned to DeWolf's apartment following an argument that escalated into fatal violence. DNA evidence, witness testimony, and post-crime flight behavior became central to the case. In 2016, Christopher McCowan was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to decades in prison. While unrelated legally to Lauren Spire's disappearance, investigators studying long-term missing persons cases often compare how individuals connected to violent crimes can disappear into ordinary society for years, living unnoticed until routine investigative persistence exposes them. Paul DeWolf's case became a powerful example of how suspects may evade capture temporarily, but remain vulnerable to identification through evolving law enforcement databases and coordinated national tracking systems. DeWolf was remembered by classmates as compassionate and dedicated to medicine. His death shocked the academic community and demonstrated how personal conflicts can escalate unexpectedly behind closed doors. The resolution of his case came not through dramatic pursuit, but through patience, forensic evidence, and the inevitability of identification in an increasingly connected investigative environment. Christopher McCowan's years of freedom ended with something simple: a fingerprint match. It is a reminder that even when suspects flee across states and attempt to erase their past, the record of identity often remains waiting quietly within systems designed to remember long after individuals hope they have been forgotten. And in the end, time did not erase the crime. It merely delayed the moment when accountability finally arrived. Next story. The snow had started to fall again by the time police reached the house on 15th Street in Denver. A large brick home decorated for Christmas, lights still glowing softly against the cold December night. Inside, the Ramsey family had returned from a holiday party just hours earlier. It was December 26th, 1996, and what began as a report of a missing child would become one of the most analyzed homicide cases in American history. But unlike the years of speculation and media chaos that followed, this story has a legal conclusion. This is the story of the murder of JonBenet Ramsey and the man whose confession closed the case in court, even if not in public opinion. JonBenet Ramsey was 6 years old. She was known for participating in child beauty pageants, often photographed in elaborate costumes and stage makeup. Her family, John and Patsy Ramsey, were well known in their community. John was a successful businessman. Patsy was active socially and with the children's activities. They had 2 children, Burke and JonBenet. In the early morning hours after Christmas, Patsy called 911 reporting that JonBenet was missing. She said she had found a ransom note on the staircase demanding $118,000 for her daughter's safe return. The amount matched John Ramsey's recent work bonus, a detail that immediately raised suspicion. Police arrived quickly. The house was large, with multiple levels and a basement. Friends and family were allowed inside during the early hours, a decision later criticized as contaminating potential evidence. Hours later, John Ramsey discovered JonBenet's body in a small basement room. She had been strangled and suffered a severe head injury. The crime scene stunned the country. The ransom note was long, unusually detailed, and written on paper from inside the home. Handwriting analysis would later suggest similarities to Patsy Ramsey's writing, though never conclusively enough for charges. There were no clear signs of forced entry. The basement window had been broken previously, but it was unclear whether it had been used that night. For years, suspicion hovered over the family. The case dominated headlines. Theories ranged from an intruder to accidental death covered up by parents. A grand jury was convened in 1999. Though indictments were reportedly drafted, prosecutors did not move forward, stating there was insufficient evidence for conviction. The case remained open for years. Then, in 2006, nearly a decade after the murder, a man named John Markar was arrested in Thailand. He had emailed a journalist claiming responsibility for JonBenet's death. He described details about the crime scene that had not all been publicly released. His arrest created international headlines. Carr confessed to the murder during interrogations, stating it had been an accident during an attempted kidnapping. He claimed to have been with JonBenet that night. However, forensic testing ultimately excluded him. His DNA did not match samples collected from JonBenet's clothing. He was released, and charges were dropped. The major turning point came from advancements in DNA technology. Over the years, small trace DNA samples have been collected from JonBenet's clothing. Early testing methods were limited, but as technology improved, more refined analysis was conducted. In 2008, Boulder County District Attorney Mary Lacey publicly announced that the Ramsey family was cleared based on touch DNA results that did not match any family members. The DNA profile indicated an unknown male contributor. Despite this, no definitive suspect has been convicted in court for JonBenet's murder. However, legally, the Ramseys were exonerated, and the case remains officially open with an unidentified perpetrator profile in national databases. While the murder itself has not resulted in a conviction of a named individual, the legal closure in terms of family exoneration and DNA clarification resolved the most persistent accusations that have followed the Ramseys for years. The story remains one of the most complex in modern criminal history, not because it lacks investigation, but because it exists at the intersection of forensic science, media pressure, and public narrative. It forced law enforcement to confront mistakes made in early crime scene management. It reshaped how ransom notes and stage scenes are evaluated. It demonstrated both the power and limits of evolving DNA technology. JonBenet Ramsey was 6 years old. Her life ended inside her own home during a holiday meant for celebration. Decades later, Her name is still recognized worldwide. The legal system has clarified what it could. The DNA evidence stands. The family was formally cleared, and the search for the unidentified contributor continues. It is a case that changed investigative standards permanently and remains one of the most discussed child homicide investigations in American history. Next story. The 911 call sounded controlled at first. A husband reporting that his wife had fallen down the stairs. He said there had been an accident. He said there was blood everywhere. He said she was still breathing. By the time paramedics arrived at the large brick home in Durham, North Carolina, on December 9th, 2001, 48-year-old Kathleen Peterson was dead at the bottom of the staircase. What looked like a domestic tragedy would soon become one of the most debated and dissected murder cases in modern American history. This is the story of Michael Peterson. Michael Peterson was not an unknown man. He was a novelist, a former Marine, and a local political figure who had once run for mayor. He and Kathleen lived in an expansive home with their blended family. On the surface, they appeared successful and established. Kathleen worked as a telecommunications executive. Michael wrote novels and opinion pieces. They entertained guests, attended social events, and projected the image of an accomplished couple. On the night Kathleen died, the two had been drinking wine by the pool, according to Michael. He said Kathleen went inside ahead of him. Later, he claimed he found her at the bottom of the staircase in a pool of blood. He insisted she must have slipped, but the scene did not resemble a typical fall. There was a massive amount of blood. Spatter patterns extended up the walls. Kathleen had deep lacerations on the back of her head. The autopsy found multiple injuries, but no skull fractures that would normally accompany a fatal stair fall. Prosecutors argued that the injuries were consistent with blunt force trauma, not an accidental tumble. Very quickly, the case turned from accident to homicide investigation. As detectives dug into the Peterson household, they uncovered details that complicated the narrative. Kathleen had recently discovered that Michael was engaging in secret online relationships with men. Emails revealed explicit conversations and plans for meetings. Prosecutors suggested that Kathleen had confronted him and that the argument escalated violently. Michael denied this. He acknowledged the online relationships, but maintained that Kathleen knew about his bisexuality and accepted it. Then investigators uncovered something even more startling. Years earlier, in 1985, a close family friend named Elizabeth Ratliff had been found dead at the bottom of a staircase in Germany, where Michael and his family were living at the time. Her death had initially been ruled a cerebral hemorrhage. But once Kathleen's case gained attention, Ratliff's body was exhumed. A second autopsy concluded that her injuries were consistent with homicide. The prosecution presented this as evidence of a pattern. The trial began in 2003. It was long and intensely covered by media. The state argued that Michael Peterson had beaten Kathleen with a blunt object, possibly a fireplace tool that was later found in the home. They focused heavily on bloodstain pattern analysis. An expert witness testified that the spatter indicated repeated blows rather than a fall. The defense countered with its own experts. They argued that the blood patterns could occur in a fall, especially if a person tried repeatedly to stand up while injured. They emphasized the lack of a murder weapon definitively linked to the crime. They attacked the credibility of the prosecution's forensic witnesses. In 2003, Michael Peterson was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. But the story did not end there. Years later, it was revealed that the prosecution's bloodstain expert, Dwayne Deaver, had given misleading testimony in multiple cases. His methods and conclusions were called into question. In 2011, a judge granted Michael Peterson a new trial, ruling that Deaver's testimony had been unreliable. After 8 years in prison, Peterson was released on bond. The case remained unresolved for several more years. Finally, in 2017, rather than face another full trial, Michael Peterson entered an Alford plea to voluntary manslaughter. An Alford plea allows a defendant to maintain innocence, while acknowledging that the prosecution has enough evidence for a conviction. He was sentenced to time already served and released. To this day, debate continues. Some believe Kathleen's death was a brutal murder. Others argue it was a tragic accident. A third theory involving an owl attack was introduced by a defense attorney, suggesting that microscopic owl feathers found in Kathleen's hair indicated she may have been attacked outside and then collapsed inside. That theory has never been proven in court, but it added another layer to the public discussion. Legally, the case is resolved. Michael Peterson is no longer imprisoned. The conviction was reduced. But emotionally and publicly, the case remains one of the most controversial solved homicide cases in recent American legal history. What makes this story compelling for viewers is not just the crime itself, but the uncertainty that followed. The staircase became symbolic. The blood evidence became a battleground. The prior death in Germany cast a long shadow, and the role of forensic science was placed under a microscope. It is a case that forced courts and the public to confront difficult questions about expert testimony, bias, and how narratives are constructed inside a courtroom. A woman died at the bottom of a staircase. A husband said it was an accident. A jury once said it was murder. Years later, the legal system partially reversed itself, and the debate has never fully gone quiet. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a man who lived in a quiet village in North Yorkshire, England, a man who worked as a hospital porter, who spent his evenings in local pubs, and who returned each night to a modest stone cottage that sat along a narrow rural road. His name was Malcolm Webster, and to those who knew him casually, he appeared gentle, intelligent, and dependable. He spoke calmly, dressed neatly, and carried himself with quiet confidence. But behind that composed exterior was a calculated mind capable of patience and deception. And over the course of several years, he would orchestrate crimes so carefully that they initially appeared to be tragic accidents. Malcolm Webster was born in 1959. He trained originally as a nurse and worked in medical environments where he gained knowledge about drugs, dosages, and their effects on the human body. This medical knowledge would later become central to the crimes investigators uncovered. He eventually married a woman named Claire Morris. Claire was trusting, kind, and building a future with Malcolm. They lived together in Scotland, sharing routines and responsibilities like any married couple. In 1994, Malcolm and Claire planned a trip. They would drive together through rural Scotland. It was supposed to be an ordinary journey, nothing unusual or dangerous. But during that drive, Claire suddenly became unconscious. Malcolm later told authorities that she had simply fallen asleep in the passenger seat. He said he continued driving along a winding rural road. Then, the car left the road. It rolled down an embankment and crashed. Emergency responders arrived at the scene. Malcolm survived. Claire did not. At first glance, the crash appeared to be a tragic accident. Rural roads can be dangerous. Vehicles can lose control. Fatigue can cause drivers to drift off course. Investigators examined the scene, documented vehicle damage, and reviewed Malcolm's statement. With no immediate evidence of foul play, Claire's death was ruled accidental. Malcolm Webster received life insurance money following her death. He continued his life. Years passed. He eventually moved to New Zealand, seeking a fresh start. There, he met a woman named Felicity Drum. Felicity was a university lecturer, intelligent and independent. She and Malcolm began a relationship. He presented himself as a widower who had lost his wife in a tragic accident. He appeared sensitive and emotionally affected by his past. Felicity trusted him. But over time, Felicity began experiencing unusual symptoms. She felt dizzy, weak, disoriented. She did not understand why. Medical tests could not immediately explain her condition. But Felicity began to suspect something was wrong. She noticed patterns. Her symptoms appeared after Malcolm prepared drinks for her. She began to question whether she was being deliberately drugged. Trust slowly turned into fear. Felicity contacted authorities. Police began investigating Malcolm Webster carefully. They examined his background. They discovered the earlier death of his wife in Scotland. They examined medical records. They analyzed substances found in Felicity's home. Forensic testing revealed the presence of sedative drugs. These drugs could cause unconsciousness, confusion, and loss of control. Investigators realized that Felicity had likely been deliberately drugged. Malcolm Webster was arrested in New Zealand in 1999. He was charged with attempted murder. Investigators in Scotland were notified. They reopened the investigation into Claire Morris's death. With new information about Malcolm's actions in New Zealand, the earlier crash took on new significance. Forensic experts re-examined the original evidence. They considered the possibility that Claire had been drugged before the crash. They examined whether Malcolm had staged the accident deliberately. In New Zealand, Malcolm Webster was convicted of attempted murder and sentenced to prison. Years later, Scottish authorities brought him back to the United Kingdom to stand trial for Claire Morris's death. During the trial, prosecutors presented a detailed reconstruction of events. They argued that Malcolm had drugged Claire, waited until she was unconscious, and then deliberately driven the car off the road to create the appearance of an accident. His motive, they argued, included financial gain through life insurance. The defense challenged these claims, arguing that the crash was accidental and that the evidence was circumstantial. But the jury examined the pattern. They saw the similarities between the attempted murder in New Zealand and the earlier death in Scotland. In 2011, Malcolm Webster was convicted of murdering Claire Morris. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. The case demonstrated how carefully planned crimes can initially appear as accidents, how medical knowledge can be used to conceal harm, and how patterns of behavior can emerge over time, revealing truth long after the original event. For years, Malcolm Webster lived freely, believed by many to be a grieving widower. He spoke about loss. He built relationships. He presented himself as a survivor of tragedy. But beneath that identity was a calculated pattern that investigators would eventually uncover, proving that what appeared to be accidental loss had in fact been deliberate, hidden behind planning, patience, and the assumption that time would conceal the truth.